Chapter 2172. 10,000 Swords. A sword pierced through the air. The domain of Sword Tao suppressed and transformed. It was as if a master of painting was drawing a brush. The brush spun lightly and drew a vivid picture of mountains and rivers. It was as if a mountain and a long river appeared abruptly but naturally in the void and fell from the sky. Suppress. The 10-star barbarian ape was suppressed in an instant. His body froze and he could not move. Life and death were only separated by a fine line in a battle between experts. That sliver of time could be one breath or less than one breath. It was a matter of life and death in an instant. Burn. The barbarian ape warrior's face was ferocious. Red light burst out from his eyes. The totem on his body seemed to have been ignited and burned violently. A tyrannical power burst out in an instant. That power seemed to be able to shatter the void. The picturesque mountain of swords was broken in an instant, and the river of swords was also shattered. The barbarian ape's punch was extremely ferocious. It was like a comet rampaging through the air, carrying a terrifying force that could shatter everything. This punch made people's expressions change drastically. Although the 3 9-star humans weren't directly targeted, they felt like they would be annihilated in an instant when they were affected by a trace of energy. Shinzong's expression did not change at all. There was still a gap between that punch and the barbarian flood dragon's burning totem power when he was bait. The extreme heart phaseless sword was placed in front of him. His sword Tao domain shrank in an instant. 7-fold heart fire. Burn. Taichu sword origin power. Mind perception. In an instant, a sword pierced through the air. That sword was like a meteor chasing the moon. It was extremely fast, and its power was condensed to the extreme. Sword technique. Third sword. One sword to break all techniques. The sword light was indomitable and extremely sharp. It carried Chunzong's belief. That was the belief that one sword could break everything. It was the belief that nothing could stop it. The fist light was pierced through in an instant. It was like a hot knife through butter as it arrived. Starting from the fist, the barbarian ape warrior's arm was penetrated inch by inch, all the way to his shoulder. The terrifying sword chi entered his body through his shoulder and raged, turning into countless tiny swords that madly cut him. However, the barbarian ape warrior's body was strong, and his vitality was extremely tenacious. He did not die immediately. Instead, he was extremely ferocious. When he burned his totem power, he had already decided that this was going to be a life or death attack. However, Shinzong would not give him any chance. He did not know when the sword was drawn, but swept across the air. Beheaded. The ferocious head flew high into the air, spinning in mid-air, as if it still had a trace of astonishment that it didn't have time to bloom. The barbarian ape warrior probably did not expect him to be killed so easily. So strong. Suemo and the others were stunned. One beheaded him. How shocking. The barbarian ape warrior who was fighting with Wang Chaojiang was shocked. After knocking Wang Chaojiang back with a punch, he immediately retreated without hesitation. It was true that the barbarian ape warriors were fierce and good at fighting, and they were not afraid of death. However, not being afraid of death and not being afraid of death were two different concepts. His companion's combat strength was not inferior to his own. Not only was he unable to kill the opponent with a blow that burned his totem power, but he was also killed. If that was the case, why stay and die? It was better to escape quickly and bring the news back to the tribe so that they could send more experts to kill this barbarian. Don't even think about leaving. Wang Chaojiang, who was knocked back by a punch, was experienced and immediately understood the opponent's intention. He forcibly mobilized his strength, ignoring his injuries, and immediately attacked. He opened his hands, and it seemed as if the waves of the river were reverberating. This move was not focused on attacking, but on intercepting. It only needed to stop the opponent. Wang Chaojiang succeeded. This move stopped the barbarian ape warrior for breath, and that was enough. The third style of the 10,000 Swords. Forest of 1,000 trees. Everyone only saw trees full of vitality and astonishing sharpness descend from the sky, bombarding around the barbarian ape warrior, suppressing and trapping him in the center. The picturesque mountains and rivers used the Sword Mountain to directly suppress, and the river of Sword Chi surrounded and cut. The forest of 1,000 trees was the Sword Chi tree, falling and spreading all around, forming a cage-like existence, trapping the opponent inside. It was like a forest that cannot be walked out of. Of course, at this moment, Chun Zong's sword was only a prototype. Even so, the power was amazing. Burn! Burst! The totem seemed to have turned into a raging flame. The barbarian ape warrior had to go all out because at this moment, he had no choice but to go all out. When it was time to go all out, the barbarian ape warrior was very decisive and ruthless. Even if he knew that even if he went all out, he could not kill the opponent, but he still had to try. Unfortunately, that was just an extravagant hope. Under the sword art of heart refinement, the barbarian ape warrior was killed directly. A 10-star barbarian ape warrior was worth 20 battle merits, which was not a small amount. It added bricks and tiles to Chun Zong's battle merits. This time, 10 9-star barbarians were worth 90 battle merits, and 2 10-star barbarian ape warriors were worth 4 battle merits, which was a total of 130 battle merits. Seeing that all the barbarian ape warriors were dead, Wang Chaojiang and the other 3 were relieved and quickly expressed their gratitude to Chun Zong. Chun Zong took out some elixirs and gave them to the 4 to heal their wounds and restore their strength. I can't thank you enough. Under Chun Zong's protection, Wang Chaojiang and the other 3 refined the elixirs, healed their wounds, and restored their strength. They stood in a line in front of Chun Zong and bowed solemnly. If you have any orders in the future, we will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. As a human, this is what I should do. I hope you can leave safely. I won't see you off, Chun Zong said with a smile. It was a coincidence that he saved these people, and he gave them some elixirs because they were all humans. It was reasonable for him to help them resist the invasion of other races. As for the 4 leaving the northern district to return to the southern district, or even to the number 9 small-sized fortress, they had to rely on themselves. Chun Zong would not escort them all the way unless he happened to be going back, and it was on the way. But now, Chun Zong planned to stay in the northern district and continue to hunt barbarian ape warriors to gain battle merits and improve himself. Soon, more barbarian ape warriors caught up with him. Kill! Chun Zong shouted and waved his sword. The sword light broke through the sky. A fierce battle was about to begin. There were more than 100 barbarian warriors that had rushed over. However, they didn't swarm over at once. Instead, they came in batches. Most of them were killed by Chun Zong. There were only 3 10-star level barbarian warriors left. 1 against 3. Chun Zong could not end the battle in a short time. However, Chun Zong was not weak. When he went all out, he blocked the siege of the 3 10-star barbarian ape warriors for a while. The fierce battle continued. If I continue to fight, I'm afraid more barbarian ape warriors will come. Chun Zong thought as he blocked the attacks of the barbarian ape warriors with his sword. If there were another 100 barbarian ape warriors below the 10-star level, Chun Zong would not be afraid. But if there were 10-star barbarians, the pressure would increase greatly. If there were 11-star barbarians, he would not be a match for them. So he took the risk. Chun Zong did not dodge the attack this time. Instead, he took it head-on. With the heartprint robe on him, he blocked the extremely powerful attack. That attack did not burn the totem power. Therefore, the remaining 30% power after being weakened could not cause much damage to Chun Zong at all. It only shook his chi and blood slightly. Such an attack did not affect him much. At the same time, Chun Zong attacked with his sword. Sword technique of heart refinement. Sword 2. Sword technique of heart refinement was the path of breaking all techniques with one sword. However, it did not mean that Chun Zong could only stab with his sword. That was just a way to use it. It could be used to stab, slash, and hack. Everything could be used at will. The barbarian ape warriors had a strong physique. Their vitality was amazing and tenacious. One sword could only kill them directly to prevent them from burning their totem power in desperation. Kill. There were 2 left. The 2 barbarian ape warriors were shocked and angry. The 3 of them joined forces, but one of them was killed. Die! With a roar, The enraged 10-star barbarian ape warrior immediately burned his totem power and attacked. The power of the attack was more than doubled. It was even more terrifying. He burned himself and died together with his opponent. One had to admit that the barbarian ape warrior's methods were really extreme and terrifying. That was why the barbarian ape warriors had only occupied 1-star zone and attacked 2-star zones. Their progress was slow. After all, they burned their totem power in exchange for a powerful attack to kill a strong enemy. However, they had to die in exchange for a life. In this way, even if they had many barbarian ape warriors, they would be constantly exhausted. On the other hand, if the barbarian ape warriors could recover after burning their totem power to kill the enemy, it would be a disaster for the human race. They would not only occupy 1-star zone, but more. Chunzong took the attack head-on. His vitality was shaken, and he was slightly injured. However, this injury gave him a chance to kill his opponent. There was only one left. The barbarian ape warrior turned around without hesitation and ran at full speed. Suppress. Chunzong attacked with his sword. The mountains and rivers were picturesque, and the sword mountain pressed down. Next, sword technique of heart refinement. Sword 3. Kill. 60 battle merits. After 3 kills in a row, Chunzong could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. First, he took the blow of the burning totem power and was slightly injured. Then he quickly activated his explosive power and performed 2 moves in a row, causing his vitality to be shaken even more. However, the results were gratifying. Without hesitation, Chunzong took out a pill and consumed it. He quickly activated his technique to refine it. After this battle, Chunzong's strength was almost depleted. If another 10-star barbarian ape warrior came, Chunzong could survive, but it would be difficult to kill him. Another 3 10-star ape warriors died. There was a great uproar in the tribe of the 9th battle zone. It was rare to find a supreme realm warrior. They were the real elites. It was not a big deal to lose 1 or 2 of them. After all, it had been many years since the barbarian ape warriors invaded and fought with the human race. The number of supreme realm warriors who died could not be described by 100 or 1,000. Chapter 2173. Deep in the North District of Battle Zone Number 9, a huge semicircular bowl covered in spikes floated in the air like an upside-down bowl on the ground. There were other smaller upside-down bowls around it that were also covered in spikes. The tips of the spikes shone with a cold, scarlet light. It was a shocking sight. Many muscular figures were walking in and out of the place, coming and going in a hurry. All of them carried a shocking aura. The barbarian tribe. This was where the barbarian tribe was located. Several strong figures gathered in the largest camp of the tribe, exuding a shocking aura. They were the barbarian warriors. The warriors were equivalent to the origin underworld cultivators of the human race. They were powerful and had shocking combat strength. The barbarian tribe finished their discussion in the shortest time possible and immediately took action. Many 11-star barbarian warriors moved out, even the barbarian warriors. They wanted to find the human cultivator who had snuck into the North District and killed the barbarian warriors. They were certain that the human cultivator who had snuck into the North District was not at the origin underworld level, but at the Tao manipulation realm. However, the barbarian tribe did not care about rules. This was a war, not a competition. Since it was a war, they had to win by all means. It did not matter if it was fair or not. It would be good if they could win. Being able to kill so many barbarian warriors, some of them even at the 10-star level, meant that the human's combat strength was very strong. He was at least one of the best among the 10 stars, or even 11 stars. It was more valuable to kill such a human. In fact, the human race was inferior to the barbarian tribe in terms of the number of powerhouses. The barbarian tribe had a higher chance of producing supreme class warriors than the human race. Therefore, the human race would lose more supreme class warriors than the barbarian tribe. Of course, this did not mean that the barbarian tribe could lose supreme class warriors so easily. Chunzong let out a long breath after finishing the cultivation method. His chi refinement had improved to the middle 6 transformation of the Tao manipulation realm. His body refinement had also reached the middle sixth transformation of the divine body realm. His combat strength had improved as well, but it was not obvious. It was very difficult to improve one's combat strength. But no matter what, he had improved a lot. He unsheathed his sword. Light flowed on the blade like flowing autumn water. Traces of indescribable sharpness penetrated his heart and soul. Extreme heart, phaseless sword. Chunzong could feel that as he continued to fight and kill, the potential of the extreme heart, phaseless sword seemed to be constantly stimulated. This was his life divine weapon. Back then, when it was being nurtured, it had absorbed a bit of the sword Dao origin. Although it was not even 1,000th of the sword Dao origin, it still greatly reduced the nurturing time. Not only that, but the sword principle origin also greatly increased the potential of the life weapon. It was as if an ordinary genius had become a top genius. The advantage of the life divine weapon was that it would become stronger as the cultivator improved. However, life weapons with different potentials would be strengthened at different speeds. The extreme heart phaseless sword, which had fused with a trace of the sword Dao origin, was definitely at the peak level. From the very beginning, it had reached the peak of heavenly divine artifacts. Then, it became a pseudo-spiritual divine artifact. Now, Chunzong felt that the extremity phaseless sword was on the verge of a breakthrough. Once it broke through, it would surpass the heavenly divine artifact level and become a spiritual divine artifact. A spiritual divine artifact was not something that a heavenly divine artifact could compare to. For example, when the Heart Seal treasure garment was at the heavenly divine artifact level, it could weaken the attack by 70%. However, after it became a spiritual divine artifact, the weakening became devouring and absorbing, accumulating energy and transforming it into a kind of energy that could heal injuries. At the same time, it could also defend and protect itself. If the extreme heart phaseless sword could break through to the spiritual divine artifact level, it would become even more powerful. Regarding this, Chunzong was very much looking forward to it. Then, he would help the extreme heart phaseless sword break through to the next level. In an instant, Chunzong mobilized all the energy in his body and continuously poured it into the extreme heart phaseless sword, providing it for absorption. The extreme heart phaseless sword shook slightly and let out a soft sword hum, as if it was filled with joy. Chunzong's energy was one of the best nutrients for the extreme heart phaseless sword. Of course, if he could find some kind of source, especially a sword principle source, it would also be an excellent nutrient for the extreme heart phaseless sword, allowing it to improve even more. Wave after wave of energy poured in as if it was endless. The extreme heart phaseless sword was like a dried-up sponge, continuously absorbing Chunzong's energy and breaking through that shackle, that natural moat. Breaking through was a little easier than Chunzong had imagined. It was just a continuous supply of energy. In an instant, an extremely strong wave of sword chi exploded from the extreme heart phaseless sword and soared into the sky. Its sharpness seemed to be boundless. It directly pierced through the meteorite that Chunzong was hiding in and traversed dozens of miles. It was extremely shocking. Chunzong's expression changed greatly. This was an unforeseen event. With the fastest reaction, he hurriedly suppressed the wave of the extreme heart phaseless sword and quickly withdrew it. If it was somewhere else, Chunzong would not have done so. But here, they were in the tribal area of the demonic barbarian tribe. The sudden explosion of such an astonishing wave of sword chi that traversed dozens of miles was simply like the sun in the dark night, attracting everyone's attention. I was too careless. Chunzong secretly reflected on himself. Because the extreme heart phaseless sword was on the verge of breaking through and could not be suppressed, it was only a matter of time. Since that was the case, of course, he had to lend a hand. But he did not expect that the moment of breaking through would cause such a huge commotion. This was not in the memory of Sword Master Dongting, because he did not have a life weapon. A life weapon was not a standard. Many experts did not have one. Of course, having a life weapon did not mean that one was the strongest and not having one did not mean that one was not strong. A true expert was never determined by just one aspect. Having no time to check what kind of power the extreme heart phaseless sword had after breaking through, Chunzong immediately took out a medicinal pellet and stuffed it into his mouth. He quickly swallowed it and activated his cultivation method to grind and digest the pellet to recover his consumed strength. At the same time, he rushed out of the meteorite and rushed toward the southern district. Why did he do that? Because at that moment, when the extreme heart phaseless sword broke through, the sword chi traversed dozens of miles. Even if he reacted in an instant and suppressed it, it still spread out. And this was the tribal area of the demonic barbarian tribe. Many demonic barbarian warriors must have sensed it. The demonic barbarian tribe did not have such sword chi. Only the human clan sword practitioners had it. The human clan sword practitioner who killed hundreds of our warriors has appeared. Go after him, catch him alive, and kill him. Feeling the sudden burst of sword chi, the demonic barbarian warriors all rushed toward the place where the sword chi broke out. This human clan sword practitioner is really arrogant. How dare he provoke us like this? An 11-star demonic barbarian warrior narrowed his eyes, emitting an extremely cold light. He was extremely terrifying and ferocious. In their view, Chunzong's behavior was a blatant provocation. In the tribal area of the demonic barbarian tribe, he did not hide himself carefully. Instead, he burst out with such strong sword chi, as if he was afraid that others would not know that he was here. Wasn't this an arrogant provocation? Since he dared to provoke the demonic barbarian tribe like this, he could only die. Action, action, action. The demonic barbarian warriors all took action. They swarmed from all directions at the fastest speed and rushed to the place where the sword chi broke out. The sword chi that traversed dozens of miles had an astonishing fluctuation in an instant. It was enough to spread to hundreds of miles, and even thousands of miles away could feel a trace of it. It was equivalent to hundreds of miles of light. In addition, the demonic barbarian warriors detonated signals among themselves, which attracted more demonic barbarian warriors. A strong sense of crisis kept coming, which made Chunzong know that he seemed to be in danger. Where would the danger come from in such a place? It was very simple. It came from the demonic barbarian tribe. However, Chunzong did not panic. He looked calm and his eyes were deep. He kept flying and refining elixirs to restore his strength. No matter when he encountered danger, the most important thing was to restore his strength. In this way, he could face the coming danger more calmly. On the other hand, Chunzong could also communicate with the Supreme Heart Phaseless Sword. In terms of level, the Supreme Heart Phaseless Sword, which had reached the level of spiritual weapon, was more spiritual than before. When communicating with it, Chunzong felt that it was easier and smoother. In this way, he had 3 spiritual weapons and 1 secret treasure at the level of spiritual weapon. That secret treasure was the reward he got when he passed the 100th level of the Infinite Challenge in White Jade City. That secret treasure was a one-time use item. Chunzong had kept it until now because he had not met an opponent who needed to use it. He also hoped that he would not need to use it this time. After communicating with it, Chunzong knew that the Supreme Heart Phaseless Sword was even more amazing after its upgrade. Its power had been increased. Of course, the increase in power was secondary. No matter how much it increased, Chunzong's battle strength could not break through the 10-star level and reach the 11-star level. The increase in power was just a side effect of the Supreme Heart Phaseless Sword's upgrade. There were more other abilities which happened to be closely related to Chunzong. With the upgrade of the sword, although his battle strength was still at the level of the 10-star level, there was an obvious increase. Moreover, it was more advantageous for him in battle. If it were the same as before, he wouldn't need to endure the attacks of the 3 10-star barbarian warriors, and he would be able to kill them all. How to describe it? If the battle star was a vertical line that kept extending, the battle strength would be higher. That was the height of the battle strength. Now, Chunzong had increased the width of his battle strength. There was no change in his battle strength, but he was better at fighting. Chunzong even had the idea of stopping and waiting for the demonic barbarian warriors to surround him so that he could have a good fight. However, as soon as this idea appeared, Chunzong immediately dismissed it. It was a very irrational idea. Unless there were no 11-star demonic barbarian warriors or gray barbarians. Chapter 2174. Human Sword Cultivator. It's time for you to die. Kill. Kill him. Dozens of demon barbarian warriors appeared in front of him. They happened to be a few small teams. They were lucky enough to encounter Chunzong, who was about to leave the Northern District. Needless to say, the battle immediately broke out in an instant. Chunzong attacked with his sword without mercy. The extreme heart phaseless sword pierced through the air. In an instant, the sword flashed. The extreme heart phaseless sword seemed to disintegrate in an instant, turning into dozens of sword flashes that shot out in the air. However, Chunzong still held a long sword in his hand. The dozens of sword flashes that shot out were not sword chi, but solid sword blades. The extreme heart phaseless sword could originally turn into 10,000 sword flashes. Now that this ability was enhanced, the sword flashes condensed into a solid form, and the lethality also increased greatly. Kill. The dozens of demon barbarian warriors were not at the 10-star level. They could not block Chunzong's sword at all. Their attacks were broken, and they were killed directly. This killing speed shocked Chunzong himself. Under normal circumstances, a 10-star combat power would not dare to take the combined attack of dozens of 8-star and 9-star combat power. After all, the combined power was still very strong, and they would be injured. In addition, a 10-star combat power could indeed crush a 9-star combat power, but it was impossible to kill dozens of 8-star and 9-star scattered 8-star and 9-star combat power in one hit. Chunzong's sword seemed to have turned into dozens of people attacking each demon barbarian warrior at the same time. The bloody aura spread and merged into the original seed of Bloody Explosion, making the power of Bloody Explosion more condensed and more powerful. As Chunzong kept killing the demon barbarian warriors, the original seed of Bloody Explosion became more condensed. In an instant, Chunzong felt the aura of the original seed of Bloody Explosion become much stronger. Its power directly reached the 10-star combat power level. In other words, when it exploded, its power was enough to injure a 10-star combat power, but it was not certain if it could kill. With a flash, Chunzong flew away from the dozens of demon barbarian warrior corpses floating in the air. His speed was shocking. Not long after, the other demon barbarian warriors flew over. When they saw the dozens of corpses floating in the air, they were furious and murderous. Sword chi. These corpses had sword chi waves left on their wounds. Obviously, they had been killed by human sword cultivators. Moreover, the sword chi waves were very familiar. It was the same as the aura left on the wounds of the warriors who had been killed before. It was left behind by the human sword cultivator they were pursuing. This damned human sword cultivator. Not only did he unleash his sword chi to provoke them, he even killed dozens of warriors. This was simply unforgivable. Chase. Speed of life and death. Chunzong's speed was very fast, but it was not so easy to leave the Northern District because the patrolling demon barbarian warriors were rushing over. This was very rare. Most of the demon barbarian warriors moved together just to pursue one person. It was undeniable that Chunzong had such an honor. It's over. A team of the human race that was hiding inside the meteorite sensed the formidable aura of the barbarian warriors outside. Their complexions changed dramatically. They thought that they had been discovered and were doomed. Let's go all out and kill as many as we can. However, they soon realized that these demon barbarian warriors were just passing by and had not discovered them. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were very curious about why the demon barbarian warriors were so aggressive in such a large scale. Not only them, but also some other hidden teams of the human race. They originally thought that they had been discovered, but it turned out that they were not. Chunzong was once again trapped in an encirclement. This time, it was not dozens of demon barbarian warriors, but hundreds of them. In the distance, a large meteorite floated by, and some cultivators of the human race were hiding in it. Who is he? I don't know. But he can't be an ordinary person since he can cause so many demon barbarian warriors to chase and surround him. He should be a talent of the human race. Should we help him? Let's wait and see. With our strength, even if we take action, I'm afraid it won't be of much help. On the contrary, we will be trapped and killed by the barbarians. This sentence was indeed reasonable. After all, looking at the hundreds of demon barbarian warriors, there were more than 10 10-star demon barbarian warriors, and the rest were at least 8-star demon barbarian warriors. This was undoubtedly a very terrifying force. Their team had less than 10 people, and only one of them had a 10-star demon barbarian warrior. If they appeared with such strength, they would immediately be surrounded by the demon barbarian warriors and die an unnatural death. It would be like throwing a bone to a vicious dog. Therefore, they could only wait and see. Unless 10 Supreme Class teams took action, there was no hope of resisting these demon barbarian warriors. Moreover, they did not know Qinzong at all. They would not sacrifice their lives for Qinzong. This was a common point. Qinzong, who was surrounded by hundreds of demon barbarian warriors, was not nervous or flustered at all. There was only a sense of excitement that came from the depths of his heart. This feeling was very strange. It made his blood flow accelerate, and his blood felt like it was boiling and burning. Fight! 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 There seemed to be constant beating of war drums in his ears. Kill! 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 In his heart, there seemed to be someone shouting to kill and to charge forward unscathed. Human swordsmen, surrender. A 10-star barbarian flood dragon roared. They had invaded the human territory for many years, so they understood the human language and so on. They had more or less learned some human habits and language from the demon barbarian warriors. After all, compared to the human language, the demon barbarian warriors' language was more lacking. It was more direct. The response was a sword light that shot through the air, but the sword light was shattered in an instant. Kill! Another 10-star barbarian flood dragon roared. In an instant, a shocking aura burst out. His battle strength was monstrous, surging like a volcano erupting. He punched through the air. This attack was so powerful that it seemed like it was going to crush Qinzong. As soon as he attacked, the other demon barbarians also attacked. This human swordsman was too abominable. He was so strong and looked so young. This meant that his talent and potential were amazing. If he continued to grow, he might bring more casualties to the demon barbarian warriors. Take this opportunity to kill him. Kill 10 10-star barbarians and hundreds of 8-star and 9-star barbarians attacked. The scene was extremely terrifying. The attacks that came from all directions seemed to have turned into a long river of power, surging and surging endlessly. It was extremely terrifying. In an instant, Qinzong was drowned. It's over. He's dead. In the distance, several human teams that were hiding did not dare to show up. With their strength, even if they showed up, it would not make any difference. On the contrary, they would only add to the casualties. No, they would not be injured. All of them would die. Even if they did not die, they would be captured alive by the demon barbarians. The outcome would be more than 10 times worse than death. Facing the attacks of so many 10-star barbarians and hundreds of 8-star and 9-star barbarians, even an 11-star barbarian warrior could not guarantee his safety. It would be good if he could survive. In an instant, the sound of swords rang out. Sword light bloomed among the countless attacks. It was like a dazzling light hanging in the air. It was extremely dazzling. The hundreds of torrent-like attacks were immediately blocked. The sword light surrounded Qinzong within a 10-meter radius, firmly wrapping around him. This move did not belong to the sword technique of heart refinement or the all-swords technique. It was an effect of the extreme heart phaseless sword after it broke through to the spiritual artifact level. It was an ability that was stimulated by Qinzong. It was a sword technique that was based on the sword principle domain. To put it simply, it could be regarded as a sword technique that came with the extreme heart phaseless sword. Well, Qinzong had not given it a name yet. Now that it was displayed, 100 solid sword lights combined with the sword principle domain covered a 10-meter radius, around Chunzong. It resisted all the attacks. Its defensive power was extremely amazing. Such a sword technique made up for the shortcomings of Chunzong's sword technique. It was an attack, a suppression, and a defense. Several human teams in the distance widened their eyes in shock. The hundreds of barbarian demons were the same. What kind of sword technique was this? It could actually block their attacks. Not only did it block the attacks of hundreds of 8-star and 9-star barbarian warriors, it even blocked the attacks of 10-star barbarian warriors. Clearly, this human sword cultivator's aura had not reached the 11-star level yet. Kill. A 10-star barbarian elephant warrior swung his nose and threw out a punch. It seemed as if a giant elephant was trampling on the ground. It instantly erupted with a terrifying power. It seemed as if the space around it had been smashed apart. However, this attack was still blocked by the sword light that was constantly sweeping around. It was instantly weakened and disintegrated. Human, what kind of sword technique is that? The barbarian flood dragon asked. You don't understand. Chunzong's voice sounded as the sword light shot out in an instant. 100 sword lights was the upper limit that Chunzong could control at the moment. Each sword light had a terrifying power. As they shot out, they covered the sky and covered the earth as they attacked the hundreds of barbarian demons. Even the 10-star barbarian demons were attacked at the same time. As the sword light covered the sky and the earth, it surged like a raging wave. When the sword light gathered, the human teams were extremely shocked. Dead. Except for the 10-star barbarian warriors, all the other 8-star and 9-star barbarian warriors were dead and turned into corpses floating in the void. It was just one attack. It was just a flash of sword light. How could it be so terrifying? The 10-star barbarian warriors could not believe it. How could this be? How could this be? How could this be? Even an 11-star barbarian warrior could not kill hundreds of barbarian warriors in such a short time. Next, it's your turn. Chunzong's eyes flashed with killing intent. He pointed his sword finger in the air. In an instant, 100 sword lights pierced through the air and attacked the 10-star barbarian warriors in an extremely fierce manner. Chapter 2175. Hundreds of 8-star and 9-star barbarian warriors were all killed by Chunzong's sword light within one breath, which was really shocking. But now, Chunzong was fighting against 10-star barbarian warriors all by himself, which also shocked the other human troops who were hiding in the dark. It was obvious that Chunzong's combat strength had not reached the level of an 11-star. He was only at the 10-star level. Although there was a difference in strength between the 10-star level, it was still very shocking to fight 1 against 10. The 10 barbarians were naturally shocked and angry. 100 sword lights surged like a torrent, constantly attacking, sweeping, flying, and attacking. For a time, the 10 barbarian demons could only defend. Chunzong was fully focused. His eyes shone brightly, reflecting the 1,000 sword lights. They were as light and agile as a school of fish swimming in the water, and as fierce as a goshawk soaring through the sky. After the breakthrough, the Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword had reached the level of a spiritual artifact. It had more spirituality. Its ability was like a sword art. However, only Chunzong could use it because it was very compatible with Chunzong. Monster Trainer. Battle. A flash of light appeared. Chunzong's progress in the cultivation of the One Heart Sutra wasn't fast, but with continuous hard work, he continued to improve from the One Heart Sutra to the Two Heart Sutras, then to the Three Heart Sutras. Then, he entered the White World to train. And by Jie's 10 years of experience, he had constantly fought, constantly cultivated, constantly sharpened himself. And his One Heart Sutra had also constantly improved. 1 mind and 4 thoughts. 1 mind, 5 wills. 6 wills of 1 mind. Until the level of 1 mind and 8 intents. After coming to this battlefield and fighting, he had tempered himself again, reaching the level of 1 heart and 9 minds. Now, with the advancement of the Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword and his control over it, Chunzong felt that he was about to grasp an opportunity for a breakthrough. Breaking through was a natural process, as if success was achieved when the conditions were right. The 10 wills of one heart. Chunzong felt as if he had turned into 10 people in an instant. He didn't have the body of 10 people, but he had the consciousness of 10 people. This feeling was very strange, and it was something he had never felt before. The difference between the 9 intents of one heart and the 10 intents of one heart was only one intent, but it was a qualitative change. This was because the Heart Sutra was divided into 4 levels. Heart and soul was the first level, heart and soul was the second level. Since there were different levels, there was a difference in realms. Once one broke through the realms, it would be a whole new world. Although the 9 wills of one heart exceeded the single heart and mind realm, it did not exceed the single heart and mind realm. But now, the Heart Sutra had broken through to the second level of the Heart Sutra. Chunzong immediately felt a strange change. It was as if his mind had been divided into 10 neat parts, and each part was as strong as when it was at its peak. It was as if 9 copies had been made. Furthermore, these 10 complete consciousnesses were all under his control. It was as if he had 9 bodies in addition to his original body. Control. It was a feeling of being in control. The 10 wills of one heart. In a split second, 100 sword lights were controlled by Chunzong. They instantly contracted and condensed into the ultimate heart phaseless sword. Chunzong opened his hands and flicked his 10 fingers. The ultimate heart phaseless sword light flickered endlessly. In a split second, it seemed to split into 2, then 3, 4, until 10. The 10 ultimate heart phaseless swords swallowed and spat out sword light, emitting an incomparably sharp sharpness. It was as if they could pierce through everything. The tips of the swords pointed forward, locking onto the 10 10-star barbarian warriors. A creepy feeling suddenly spread in the hearts of the 10 barbarian warriors, lingering endlessly. They did not understand why one sword suddenly turned into 10. If it was an illusion, it would not be a big deal. But in their perception, it was not an illusion. It was real. There were really 10 swords. This was the true mystery of the ultimate heart phaseless sword. Ultimate heart following the heart. Phaseless all things. The wider the heart, the more wonderful the sword. The 10 ultimate heart phaseless swords were real. They were the power stimulated by the heart and soul. It was a profound mystery. At the same time, Chunzong's mind power was being consumed at an astonishing speed. It was 100 times faster than usual. It was not 10 times as Chunzong had expected. The consumption rate was astonishing, and he could not support it for too long. Then he had to end it quickly. Kill. As Chunzong's mind moved, 10 sword lights suddenly broke through the air. 10,000 swords in one. The 10 sword lights all performed the first move of the 10,000 swords in one sword technique. The second move, picturesque mountains and rivers. In an instant, 10 sword mountains pressed down on the 10 10-star barbarian warriors. Under the heart and soul, even the sword Tao field seemed to be replicated. That was why the consumption of mind power was so terrifying. It was beyond imagination. But at the same time, its power was even more terrifying, and its consumption was also astonishing. Suppress. The third move, forest of all trees. The 10 sword lights each turned into dozens of trees that were more than 10 meters tall. There were hundreds of trees in total. They densely covered the area as if they had turned into a small forest, suppressing and trapping the 10 barbarian warriors. Soul refining sword technique, sword 3. The 10 sword lights were extremely condensed. They pierced through the air and directly penetrated the foreheads of the 10 10-star barbarian warriors, breaking their divine souls. 10 kills with one move. The 10 10-star barbarian warriors were unwilling to give up. They could not even burn their totem power, so they could not make the last desperate attack. This scene also terrified the few human teams that were lurking in the distance. What kind of skill was that? What kind of sword technique was that? It was extremely terrifying. It was really terrifying. They were only at the 10-star level, but they could perform such a terrifying skill. They had never heard of it before. At the same time, Chunzong quickly withdrew the heart and soul refining sword and turned it into one again. He staggered unconsciously, and a strong sense of dizziness swept over him. His heart suddenly contracted, and there was an indescribable, tingling feeling. It was as if his heart was pierced and cut by an invisible sharp blade, and it was also as if his heart was being pulled by an invisible and powerful hand. His face was pale, and his eyes were full of fatigue. He felt that he wanted to fall down and have a good sleep. Chunzong knew that it was because he had consumed too much of his divine power. It was the after effect. When the heart and soul refining sword technique was activated, it was mysterious and amazing. It was as if there were 10 of him, and even the domain of sword principle would be duplicated. However, the cost was that the divine power was consumed. It was not 10 times as much as he had expected, but 100 times. He did not have such ability when he was using the heart and soul refining sword technique. Although Chunzong felt extremely tired, he did not dare to rest. Instead, he endured the uncomfortable feeling and quickly took out an elixir to recover his consumed strength. He immediately left while recovering and operating the heart and soul refining sword technique to speed up the recovery of the divine power. At first, it was extremely difficult to operate the heart and soul refining sword technique because it consumed too much of his divine power. It was really painful, and he could not speed up at all. It was very slow. Fortunately, he had killed hundreds of barbarian warriors at once, which temporarily relieved the pressure. Hundreds of 8-star and 9-star barbarian warriors were undoubtedly amazing. He had gained thousands of points at once. With the addition of 10 10-star warriors, he had gained another 200 points. Chunzong's battle token was gradually approaching 10,000 points. This speed of gaining points was simply shocking. Let's go. The lurking human clan troops were shocked. They seemed to have thought of something, and their faces changed greatly. They immediately hid and left. Hundreds of barbarian warriors had died here, which would definitely attract more and stronger barbarian warriors. At that time, they might also be discovered, which would be a dead end. However, they were very envious. They had gained thousands of points at once. If it were them, a small team would have to take countless risks to get thousands of points. It was like walking on the edge of life and death. However, that was strength. They could not be envious. It was better to escape first, lest they lose their lives. Chunzong staggered as he flew. As he operated the 33 heavens of mind, the power of his mind gradually recovered. The elixir was dissolved, and his cultivation was gradually restored. His speed gradually increased. Not long after, a light flew across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it flew from afar. The light stopped, revealing an extremely strong body. The body seemed to be made of iron and steel, and it emitted a terrifying wave of energy. It was a barbarian warrior. When he glanced over and saw hundreds of floating corpses, his eyes suddenly emitted a scarlet light. An extremely terrifying wave of energy suddenly exploded from his steel-like body, as if a blazing flame was burning fiercely. Human, sword cultivator. An extremely shocking roar filled with sharp and terrifying killing intent sounded in an instant, shaking heaven and earth. The killing intent was like a volcanic eruption. This time, hundreds of barbarian warriors were sent out to chase and intercept the human clan sword cultivator. They did not expect that hundreds of 10-star warriors would be killed. Anger, extreme anger. Die. That human clan sword cultivator must die. It would not be enough even if he died 100 times, 1,000 times. An extremely tyrannical aura swept out and permeated the surroundings as he carefully sensed all the aura remnants in the surroundings. The demonic barbarian brave warrior was equivalent to a Yuan demon of the human race. His combat strength was even greater, so he was naturally more sensitive to aura. Sure enough, he sensed some remnant auras of the human clan. However, the barbarian warrior ignored the remnant auras of the human clan and locked onto one of them. It was the aura of the human clan sword cultivator. Chase. No matter what, he could not let the human clan sword cultivator leave alive. Through the remnant aura, he could sense that the human clan sword cultivator's combat strength was at the 10-star level, not the 11-star level. However, he had been able to kill so many barbarian warriors. Judging from the wounds, they had all been killed at the same time. Moreover, there were 10 10-star warriors, which was simply incredible. The human clan sword cultivator had to be a top genius of the human clan. He had amazing talent and potential. If he was allowed to grow, it would definitely not be a good thing for the barbarian race. The human clan sword cultivator had already caused a lot of damage to the barbarian race. Chapter 2176. With the help of the elixir, Chun Zong's cultivation recovered quickly, but the recovery of his mind power was much slower. Even if he used the 33 layers of will to speed up the recovery, it couldn't be as fast as his cultivation. This was the disadvantage of mind power, and it couldn't be helped. Compared to others, Chun Zong's recovery speed was many times faster. Of course, the Will Heavenly Palace mainly focused on the development and application of mind power, so of course it would pay more attention to recovery speed. Although the 10 wills of one mind is strong, the consumption of mind power 100 times faster is too shocking. Chun Zong recalled, still a little scared. Fortunately, all the strong enemies were killed. Otherwise, he would have been killed in his state at that time. With the 10 wills of one mind, the mind became 10, the extreme heart phaseless sword became 10, the sword principle field became 10, and he could perform 10 sword techniques at the same time. It sounded like this heart formula was indeed very terrifying, but there was also a disadvantage. Cultivation power couldn't be increased. So when Chun Zong performed the 10,000 swords of one mind and 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 the 10,000 swords of one mind at the same time, the consumption of cultivation power was also 10 times. Fortunately, this sword technique was created by Chun Zong himself, so it was the most suitable for him, so the consumption was the lowest. In addition, the extreme heart phaseless sword's efficient use of power also reduced the consumption. In addition, the power cultivated by the 11th layer of the Taichu sword origin technique was very strong, much stronger than the same cultivation. In addition, the consumption of power for the two sword techniques was different. One was chi refining power, the other was body refining power. Because of this, Chun Zong's power was able to support the instantaneous eruption of the 10,000 swords of one mind and the 10,000 swords of one mind, but he was almost drained. Although the 10 wills of one mind was very strong, the consumption of mind power 100 times faster could only be a trump card and couldn't be used normally. However, if the 10 wills of one mind were difficult to use, then what about the 2 minds of one mind? He would try it when he was safe. Suddenly, an extremely strong sense of danger grew from the bottom of his heart, like a volcano erupting, instantly exploding. The impact made Chun Zong shudder. Danger. An extremely strong sense of danger swept over, as if it wanted to drown him. This meant that such danger was not something he could withstand, even if he recovered to his peak state. With every breath that passed, the sense of danger that emerged in his heart grew stronger. It was so direct and so intense. It was as if an expert had come specifically to deal with him. He didn't even try to hide it. There was no doubt that it was the barbarian tribe who had come to attack him, and it was someone who had surpassed the warrior level. They were targeting him directly with undisguised murderous intent and anger. That was why he felt such a strong sense of crisis. Chun Zong sighed. Originally, he did not intend to use this secret treasure, but now he had to use it. It was a pity that the Blood Fiend Explosion Original Seed was constantly absorbing and condensing the murderous aura. However, its current power was only able to blow up a 10-star level. It was not even an 11-star level, let alone a demonic barbarian hero level. Since there was an attack from a demonic barbarian hero, Chun Zong simply did not run away. Instead, he stopped and fully operated the 33 Heavens of Mind technique to accelerate the recovery of the power of the mind. A silver-white blade the length of a finger appeared in his hand. The blade looked ordinary, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. It was the reward Qinzong had obtained after challenging the 100 stages of the White Jade City's infinite battles. It was a one-time use artifact that was as high as a middle-grade spiritual divine artifact. The sense of crisis grew stronger and stronger, like a surging tide bombarding him. The surrounding void seemed to be stirred up, shaking endlessly. The feeling of suffocation spread, increasing the pressure on Qinzong. Taking a deep breath, Qinzong calmed his almost wildly beating heart. His eyes stared ahead, which was the direction of the source of the crisis. Sure enough, a black light appeared and approached in an instant, turning into a figure. The figure was wrapped in a layer of pale red flames, burning fiercely and releasing a terrifying aura. The flames were like the materialization of killing intent, the burning of anger. It could be seen how angry the demonic barbarian hero was. The scarlet light emitted from his eyes seemed to be stained with blood. The red light burst out, making Qinzong's heart tremble unconsciously. His pupils shrank to the size of needles in an instant, and the strong sense of crisis soared to the extreme in an instant. The killing intent was about to drown Qinzong. Break out! Qinzong slashed out with his sword. The third move of the 10,000 swords returned to origin sword technique. Forest of 1,000 trees. Trees more than 10 meters tall fell from the sky, and dozens of them covered the surroundings in an instant. However, this had no effect on the demonic barbarian hero at all. With a wave of his hand, he directly tore down the trees. In the next moment, Qinzong swung his left hand, and a silver light burst out like a cold lightning across the sky. It was the small silver white blade. It turned into a flying knife and turned into a thunderbolt, instantly bursting out with an astonishing speed. Fast, extremely fast, incomparably fast. Although the demonic barbarian hero was full of killing intent and raged, and he paid enough attention to Qinzong, he was helpless because that was a one-time secret treasure. It was a mid-tier spirit artifact. A one-time secret treasure meant that it could only be used once, and it also meant that all of its power would burst out in one use, releasing an astonishing power. A spirit artifact corresponded to the origin underworld stage. The power of a one-time spirit artifact completely reached the level of an origin underworld stage powerhouse. The demonic barbarian hero's hair stood on end as it swept over in an instant. When he noticed it, he saw a dazzling silver lightning break through the sky in an instant. The demonic barbarian hero's pupils shrank to the size of needles, and he immediately burst out with a tyrannical power. The totem on his body lit up in an instant, burning like a flame that was almost solid. The silver light flickered, and the cold lightning broke through the sky, directly attacking. When it hit the flame formed by the totem power, it paused for a moment, then burst out with an astonishing light, and its speed increased sharply. Piercing. The demonic barbarian hero's body was penetrated in an instant, and the flying blade also exploded in his body, turning into countless fine blades that wreaked havoc in his body. It was as if he was being cut into pieces. The demonic barbarian hero couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream. Qinzong took advantage of this opportunity to attack with his sword. Heart-refining sword art. Sword 3. The sword light broke through the sky and hit the demonic barbarian hero, but it was difficult to kill him or even cause any damage. Qinzong's expression was solemn, and he attacked again without hesitation. One heart-refining sword art. In an instant, the extreme heart phaseless sword split into two and attacked at the same time. Heart-refining sword art. Sword 3. At this moment, the demonic barbarian hero was resisting the terrifying blade energy that was wreaking havoc in his body. In the face of Qinzong's attack, he simply couldn't dodge or attack. He was reduced to a sitting duck. If he didn't attack now, when would he? Kill. After the heart-refining technique reached the second level of the heart-refining technique, the heart-refining two minds was obviously different from the previous heart-refining two minds. Before the heart-refining technique reached the second level, the heart-refining two minds could only be used to assist in cultivation. Moreover, the consumption of the heart-refining two minds was much lower than the consumption of the heart-refining 10 minds. Chinzong was most suitable to use the heart-refining sword art against the demonic barbarian hero who was reduced to a sitting duck, because this sword art was a sword art that could break all skills with one sword. It was a sword art that focused on attacking and killing. If the heart-refining two minds couldn't do anything, then he would use the heart-refining 5 minds. The consumption of the heart-refining 5 minds was definitely many times greater than the consumption of the heart-refining 2 minds, but it was still inferior to the heart-refining 10 minds. Even if he used it, he could save some energy, unlike the last time when he was so weak and exhausted. The heart-refining 5 minds. In an instant, the extreme heart phaseless sword split into 5 swords, each of which bloomed with astonishing sharpness. The sword chi was threatening as it traversed the sky. Heart-refining sword art. Sword 3. Kill. 5 extremely condensed sword chi broke through the sky in an instant. The sword chi linked together and hit the same point. After the first sword light was shattered, the second sword light immediately arrived. Following that, the third sword light arrived in an instant. In this way, sword chi after sword chi, coupled with the terrifying power of the flying dagger artifact, madly attacked the demonic barbarian hero, making his resistance weaker and weaker. The fifth sword chi did not break, but pierced through the demonic barbarian hero's body. The sword chi collided with the saber chi in his body. Although the sword chi was not as powerful as the saber chi, it was like adding oil to the fire, causing the saber chi to become more violent. The demonic barbarian hero could not help but vomit blood. Damn you! With a roar that lacked language, like a cry of despair, the demonic barbarian hero's totemic power suddenly burned brightly. Chinzong's heart could not help but jump. He opened his heart perception and spirit movement ring and attacked with 2 swords as fast as he could. Heart-refining sword art. Sword 3. The sword chi attacked directly from the demonic barbarian hero's wound. The saber chi in the demonic barbarian hero's totemic power instantly stopped burning, and the saber chi in his body more than doubled. It directly tore his body apart, and blood continued to spurt out. Under the terrible power of the flying dagger artifact, all the demonic barbarian hero's means of resistance were broken. In the end, he was killed by Chinzong. Death. Descending. The demonic barbarian hero was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Who knew that this human race sword cultivator had such a terrifying means? The moment the demonic barbarian hero died, Chinzong could feel that the battle merits in his battle token had increased significantly. However, Chinzong did not check it immediately. Instead, he immediately took out a medicinal pill and ran his cultivation art to refine it. He quickly turned into a sword chi and flew away. The space here was in a state of chaos. If he could not use the Great Void Escape technique, he would not use it. The slightest carelessness could cause him to drift into the void or fall into the void turbulence. In the end, he would not know where he would end up. If he was lucky, he would appear in a relatively safe place. If he was unlucky, he would appear in some dangerous places and directly die. Unless he encountered some special danger and had to use the Great Void Escape technique to try his luck. Obviously, he had not encountered such a situation. Chapter 2177. Please guarantee a minimum monthly vote. The number 9 Light War Zone was one of the hundreds of Light War Zones. There were 10 demon barbarian warriors in the tribe. Although there weren't many of them, they were very precious. In the depths of the tribe, there was a giant pillar that was dozens of meters wide and thousands of meters tall. The pillar was bronze in color and seemed to be modeled by the passage of time. There were countless carvings on the giant pillar, and if one looked carefully, they seemed to be the reflection of hundreds of beasts. They were lifelike and carried with them boundless power. This was the totem pole of the demon barbarian tribe. There seemed to be hundreds of beasts circling around the totem pole. The eyes of each beast were burning with blazing flames. Suddenly, The flames in the eyes of one of the beasts were extinguished, and the entire totem pole shook violently. The sound of wind breaking could be heard as several extremely strong figures flew over. When they saw the extinguished flames on the head of one of the giant beasts, their expressions changed greatly. They were extremely shocked and furious. This meant that one of the demon barbarian warriors had died. What's going on? Could it be a joint attack by the Yuan demon race? It must be a plot by the Yuan demon race. The number 9 war fortress of the human race was separated from them by a great distance. They knew that there were 10 Yuan demons in the number 9 war fortress and had fought them before. Therefore, they were very clear about the strength of the other party. It would be very difficult to kill a demon barbarian warrior one-on-one with such combat strength, unless 2 of them joined forces. Now that one of the demon barbarian warriors had died, it meant that at least 2 Yuan demons had joined forces. The demon barbarian tribe was good at fighting and innately strong. This was something that the human race couldn't compare to. If it weren't for some restrictions that prevented them from entering this void, the human race would have already been crippled. Even so, they had still managed to occupy a star system and more than half of the other 2 star systems. Their reinforcements were limited and their military strength was insufficient. This was the limit of what the demon barbarian tribe could do. In the light war zones, warriors were the main force. Warriors were only auxiliary. Only the medium war zones were warriors. In the light war zones, the death of a warrior was a great loss. Anger, rage. Before long, someone brought back the corpse of the demon barbarian warrior. They were shocked by the results of the examination. The injuries on the body couldn't be faked. Even though the demonic barbarian hero's body had been cut by the saber energy, and the power of the saber energy was so strong that it shocked them, the real fatal injury was the sword wound. Or rather, he had been killed by the sword with the help of the terrifying blade force. After examination, the sword chi left behind by the sword wound was only at the warrior level. After careful examination, it should be at the level of the 10-star level, not at the 11-star level. The demon barbarian warrior had been killed by the human race's demon barbarian warriors. Demons of the demon barbarian warriors. If the human barbarian warriors were, they would be killed. The level of morale was often related to the outcome of a battle. In a situation where the difference in combat strength was not absolutely obvious, if the morale was high, it was possible to turn the tables and turn defeat into victory. Upon further inspection, he found that many of the dead demon barbarian warriors had the same residual sword chi on their sword wounds. This human's potential is shocking. We must kill him. The barbarian flood dragon warrior's eyes shone with a cold light. We must kill him as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be another North Dao Sky Wolf in the future. The barbarian braves all looked solemn and full of fear at the mention of the Northern Celestial Wolf. The name of the Northern Celestial Wolf was like a nightmare to the barbarian race. Let's start the war. One of the barbarian tortoise warriors suddenly spoke up. His voice was low and hoarse, but it was filled with determination. No matter what, we have to kill that human sword cultivator. Otherwise, another Northern Dao Sky Wolf might appear. No one wants to see that. Start the war. War. The remaining 9 demon barbarian warriors unanimously agreed. War. The barbarian flood dragon warrior took out a bronze spiral whistle and blew into it. The whistle resounded through the world. It was like a thunderclap, like the roar of ancient times or the roar of thousands of beasts. Suddenly, it resounded through the world and shook the world. In the northern district of the 9th battle zone, the whistle resounded through the world. All the demon barbarian warriors in the northern district heard it. They were all stunned at first, then became excited. The horn of Berserk war has been blown. A demon barbarian warrior's face was filled with excitement. The war is about to start. I've been waiting for a long time. War, war, war. The demon barbarian race was different from the human race. They were good at fighting. They had the concept of fighting since they were babies. As they grew stronger, they would fight all kinds of battles when they were young. Although the small teams and the human race's hunting battles were good, it couldn't satisfy the demon barbarian race's desire to fight. However, the human race wasn't weak. Once the war started, the human race would suffer heavy casualties, and so would the demon barbarian race. It wasn't surprising that they would lose 800 of their own. But now, the war was finally about to start. The horn was the berserk war horn of the demon barbarian race. It wasn't used lightly. Once it was blown, it meant that the war was about to start. The berserk war horn had a unique mystery. Once it was blown, all the demon barbarians in the battle zone would hear it, no matter how far away they were. On the contrary, other races couldn't hear it if they were far away. Rather than calling it a sound, it was better to call it a strange fluctuation that belonged to the demon barbarian race. Assemble. The human race teams in hiding suddenly discovered that the demon barbarian race teams were retreating back to their tribes. They all looked hurried, as if something big was about to happen. Shenzong didn't know that his trip to the northern district would cause so much trouble that the demon barbarian race would have no choice but to start a war in order to eliminate future troubles. A storm was brewing. In the southern district's battle fort, a group of Yuan underworld martialists suddenly felt uneasy for some reason, as if something bad was about to happen. Shenzong rushed out of the north district, crossed the barrier, and entered the south district. It was a peaceful journey, but for some reason, a heavy feeling lingered in his heart, as if a mountain was pressing down on him, almost suffocating him. This feeling wasn't the same as the feeling of danger. Puzzled, Shenzong checked the battle merits in his battle token. Coupled with the more than 1,000 battle merits he had previously obtained, as well as the continuous killing of the demon barbarian warriors in the northern district and the final killing of the demon barbarian warrior, his battle merits had exceeded 10,000. It seemed that the speed at which he gained battle merits was very fast, and it was indeed so. In a short period of time, he had gained over 10,000 battle merits, which was very shocking. However, only Shenzong himself knew how dangerous it was. The slightest carelessness could have cost him his life. In particular, he had been pursued by the demon barbarian warrior at the end. If he hadn't possessed a secret treasure, he might not have been able to survive, let alone counterattack. The demon barbarian warrior's combat strength should have been at the 2-star level, as Shenzong had obtained 200 battle merits. 10,000 battle merits. After returning to the battle fort, I will immediately exchange them for my realm clone at the eternal battle fort. Shenzong thought to himself as his eyes flickered. This feeling came from the bottom of his heart. Shenzong felt that the realm clone should be very useful to him. His strength had completely recovered, and his mind power was slowly recovering as well. Shenzong continued to advance from the outermost ring of the southern district to the middle ring, and finally entered the inner ring. In an instant, Shenzong felt a terrifying aura pressing down on him from afar, as if it had locked onto him and wanted to suppress him. When he looked back, he saw 9 figures. Each of them was emitting an astonishing aura. When combined, it was very terrifying, as if an invisible sea was surging endlessly. Among them, there were a few familiar faces that left a deep impression on Shenzong. One of them had a slight smile on his face. At first, he looked very sincere and easily gained the trust of others. However, in Shenzong's eyes, he was like Su Wei. The other one had a domineering look on his face, as if he was the sole ruler of the world. The Big Dipper battle team. Seeing the Big Dipper battle team, Shenzong's expression didn't change, but a trace of anger flashed in his heart. He wouldn't forget that palm strike from back then. Retracting his gaze, Shenzong didn't say anything or do anything, because even now, he had comprehended the 10 intents of heart, and he wasn't confident that he could defeat the other party. The difference between a 10-star and an 11-star was still very obvious. However, the other party's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th transformation, Tao Manipulation Realm, and there was no way for him to improve further. On the other hand, he was only at the 6th transformation, Tao Manipulation Realm, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. Shenzong retracted his gaze and ignored the people of the Big Dipper battle team. However, there were still sounds of conversation. Is that the genius of the Heavenly Will Palace that you mentioned? He doesn't look like much. The Heavenly Will Palace is very famous, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they are stronger than others. All kinds of casual and mocking comments were constantly heard. Chunzong didn't get angry, nor did he have any other reaction, because there was no need for it. Whether the Heavenly Will Palace was strong or weak wasn't something that a few geniuses could judge. They admitted that the Heavenly Will Palace wouldn't become stronger, but they denied that it wouldn't become weaker either. Therefore, no matter how they judged or belittled it, it wouldn't hurt the Heavenly Will Palace at all. Of course, as a disciple of the Heavenly Will Palace, he was somewhat displeased to hear these comments. However, arguing was never Chunzong's forte. In the future, when the battle was decided, they would know why the Heavenly Will Palace was the number one in the void. Soon, Chunzong entered the battle fort and returned to his room. He opened the exchange interface and made the exchange without hesitation. Because Chunzong had the eternal token of heaven and earth, he could use it as a medium to find his avatar of heaven and earth. This was also one of the identification methods of the Eternal Battle Fort. After all, the Eternal Battle Fort had given out many tokens over the countless years. Many people had obtained the token's consciousness and energy avatars. However, some of them had died. Some of them had become disciples of other factions, and only some of them had truly become disciples of the Eternal Battle Fort. Those who weren't disciples of the Eternal Battle Fort had left their avatars in the Eternal Battle Fort. If they wanted to obtain them, they would have to use other means. Chapter 2178. In the meeting hall of Fort Number 9, 10 figures with astonishing auras took their seats. I've already investigated clearly. The demonic barbarian warriors are retreating inwards. They should be returning to the tribe. One of the figures was a Yuan underworld powerhouse. His voice was indescribably erratic. I don't know the exact reason. I can't get too close, or I'll be discovered. The demonic barbarian warriors are suddenly retreating into the tribe. This is abnormal. The group of people muttered to themselves, pondering why this was abnormal. Suddenly, the mild-mannered old man seemed to think of something, and his expression changed drastically. Oh no, the demonic barbarian race might start a war. War? What? Impossible. How dare they? In an instant, the Yuan underworld powerhouses reacted violently because of the word war. War. It sounded simple, but it wasn't, especially for those who had experienced war. They knew how cruel it was. Even those who hadn't experienced it knew very well what it was like. War was all about killing and death. The battlefield was a meat grinder where people died at every moment. It was very cruel and tragic. No one was willing to start a war, as no one could guarantee that they would survive until the end. Perhaps the difference in strength had an impact, but it wasn't absolute. The situation of a war could change in an instant, and anyone could die. The demonic barbarian race? That shouldn't be the case. The voice sounded a little uncertain. Although the demonic barbarian race was warlike, they knew very well how cruel war was and wouldn't start a war easily. However, such an abnormal gathering seemed to be the prelude to war. However, it didn't take long for everyone's worries to become a reality. In the northern district of Battle Zone Number 9, a large black mass flew rapidly towards the southern district like a dark cloud covering the sky. Those were the demonic barbarian warriors. They had gathered into an army, and an astonishingly ferocious aura emanated from the demonic barbarian warriors. That aura contained an indescribable excitement. It seemed that every demonic barbarian warrior was excited. War wasn't easily started, but once it started, it would be like a thunderstorm. At that moment, almost all the demonic barbarian warriors had gathered. Under the leadership of 10 demonic barbarian warriors, they rushed towards the isolation belt in the northern and southern districts. The meteors in the isolation zone were a threat to warriors, but they posed no threat to brave hearts. With a single strike, they shattered all of them and cleared out a path for brave hearts to move forward. The army was vast and mighty like a surging tide, surging endlessly. The demonic barbarian warriors had gathered and advanced into the southern district. It was impossible for the human race not to discover this. They were shocked and immediately ordered all the battle teams to assemble. At this moment, There were two figures in the room that Chunzong had been assigned to in the battle fortress. The strange thing was that the two figures were both Chunzong. It was like looking into a mirror. Of course, their robes were different. More importantly, their eyes were different. One of them, Chunzong, had a dull and lifeless look in his eyes. The one with dull eyes was Chunzong. It was Chunzong's doppelganger. Originally, if Chunzong had joined the Eternal Battle Fort, he could have gotten this doppelganger directly and cultivated it into a real doppelganger. Its strength wouldn't be inferior to the original body. However, those who didn't belong to the Eternal Battle Fort couldn't cultivate it, even if they had a doppelganger. They could only absorb it. It was a pity that he couldn't cultivate it into a doppelganger. This kind of doppelganger was different from Azura's doppelganger. Anyway, since he couldn't cultivate it, Chunzong didn't think too much about it. He couldn't leave the Heavenly Palace and join the Eternal Battle Fort just because of the doppelganger cultivation method. Since he couldn't cultivate it into a doppelganger, he could only refine it and absorb it. Cultivating a doppelganger was like having an extra life. It was like having a trump card, but it needed time, so the effect was relatively slow. If he absorbed it, he could strengthen himself in a short period of time. Under normal circumstances, it was better to cultivate a doppelganger in the long run. But there were no absolutes in the world. Chunzong activated his cultivation method. In an instant, the primordial sword essence surged like a great river, sweeping over in a mighty manner. It instantly covered his entire body, and a powerful suction force suddenly erupted. In an instant, it absorbed the clone in front of him. The doppelganger shone brightly like a small sun. It emitted a dazzling light that shone in all directions. In an instant, streams of pure black and white spiritual essence gushed out from the doppelganger. They turned into strands and shot out like thousands of spiritual essences. They flew towards Chunzong and wrapped around Chunzong. In an instant, Chunzong was entangled by the black and white spiritual essences and turned into a black and white cocoon. It was like a cocoon that was waiting to break out. The doppelganger disappeared and turned into pure energy. It wrapped Chunzong's entire body. The extremely pure energy kept flowing into Chunzong's body. In fact, the energy of this doppelganger had not reached the path manipulation realm, but it was extremely pure. It was not inferior to the path manipulation realm at all. After all, it had been passively absorbing the energy of the world to temper itself on a star in the Eternal Battle Fort. Because the doppelganger had not broken through to the path manipulation realm, it was easier to absorb. Of course, the corresponding benefits were also smaller. The black and white spiritual essences were decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. They were all absorbed by Chunzong. Chunzong was completely immersed in his cultivation, forgetting everything else. That feeling was wonderful, incomparably wonderful. His body felt like it was being rubbed gently. There was an indescribable feeling. It was a little painful, but also very comfortable. He was in a kind of intertwining between ice and fire. Unknowingly, Chunzong's spiritual body was improving. Correspondingly, the sword origin was also being purified bit by bit and became stronger. Chunzong was completely unaware of everything that was happening outside. Chunzong did not know about the battle order because he was completely immersed in cultivation. At this moment, in the southern district, in front of the Eternal Battle Fort, many battle teams had gathered. What happened? So many battle teams have gathered. Is there something big going on? The cultivators who had gathered were all guessing. A group gathering like this was very rare. It had not been seen for many years. It could be said that basically no one had experienced it before, because they would not stay here all year round. Usually, they would serve. Whether they continued to stay after that was up to their own free will. Of course, there were also some rogue cultivators who wanted to use their battle merits to exchange for cultivation items so that they could improve themselves more quickly. But the battlefield was dangerous. Although many rogue cultivators exchanged their battle merits for cultivation items to improve themselves, it was inevitable that they would die in the danger. It was cruel and tragic. Therefore, when the battle order was issued, everyone rushed over. However, they were secretly guessing. At most, they guessed that there might be something big going on, but they did not think that it was a war. That felt a little far-fetched. According to what everyone knew, the Ninth Battle Fort had been infiltrating each other in the form of battle teams to wear each other down. Although it was called a battlefield, large-scale wars rarely occurred. For a moment, everyone expressed their opinions and opinions. Xingtian Battle Team is here. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Xingtian Battle Team. Where is it? The surrounding people who were discussing spiritedly paused and looked over. In the Ninth Battle Fort, there were many battle teams formed by cultivators. There were differences in the number of members and strength of the battle teams. Wherever there were people, there would be competition, whether it was visible or not. Therefore, among the battle teams, the 10 most powerful battle teams were selected and called the top 10 battle teams. The strength of the top 10 battle teams was not clearly defined because their strength was on par with each other. Even so, the top 10 battle teams were very powerful. They all had at least one 11-star battle team expert, and the rest were all 10-star battle teams. However, there were not many of them, not more than 10 of them. They walked the path of the elite. Those who were not 10-star battle teams were not qualified to join. Moreover, if a 10-star battle team expert wanted to join, they would need to pass an assessment. The Xingtian Battle Team was one of the top 10 battle teams. There were thousands of battle teams, but there were only 10 that were publicly recognized as the strongest. Moreover, the Xingtian Battle Team was ranked in the top 3. Among the top 10 battle teams, the Big Dipper Battle Team was publicly recognized as number 1. As for number 2 and number 3, there was no such thing. The Xingtian Battle Team and the Collapsing Heavens Battle Team could both be considered as number 2 and number 3. Because the strength of these two battle teams was similar, they both had 2 11-star battle team experts. As for the other 7 battle teams, they all had an 11-star battle team expert. It was difficult to differentiate their rankings. Normally, the top 10 battle teams would not stay in the battle fort. Instead, they would go out and sneak into the North District to hunt demon barbarian warriors. It was very rare to see them. Unlike now, the Xingtian Battle Team and the Collapsing Heavens Battle Team had appeared. These two battle teams were ranked at the same level. Unknowingly, a type of competition had formed. Now, the Xingtian Battle Team and the Collapsing Heavens Battle Team had appeared. They stood facing each other, and an invisible aura spread out, stirring up the surroundings. Following which, the other 7 powerful auras came from all directions. Compared to the Xingtian Battle Team and the Collapsing Heavens Battle Team, they were only slightly inferior. However, they were far superior to the other battle teams. The top 7 battle teams, they had appeared. The tyrannical auras swept over, causing everyone to be shocked. The auras of the top 9 battle teams clashed with each other. The void seemed to have turned into a large river, rippling endlessly. The atmosphere became incomparably tense and solemn in an instant. It gave people a feeling that a storm was about to come. Suddenly, an even more powerful aura descended. With an incomparably tyrannical attitude, it charged straight for the kill. It was extremely tyrannical and domineering. It had an astonishing aura of supremacy that could crush everything. The Big Dipper Battle Team had descended. The top 10 battle team, the top 10 battle team, the top 10,000 battle team had descended. Chapter 2179. In front of the fortress, 10 figures with strong auras appeared, suppressing the auras of the 10 battle teams. The barbarian tribe is here. The war is about to begin. Everyone, get ready. Wait for orders. General Zhang Long, the leader of the 10 generals, said loudly. His voice reached everyone's ears, and his cloak rustled in the wind. War! The army is here. All of a sudden, the cultivators of the battle teams were stunned. The news was too shocking. Even the 9 members of the Big Dipper Battle Team were shocked. War! What a distant word. Although this place was called a battlefield, a real war hadn't started for many years. Only when the barbarian tribe invaded the Tylostar area did a war that lasted for thousands of years, resulting in countless casualties. War made people tremble. It was a feeling of dread, nervousness, and anticipation. It was an extremely special feeling. General Jean Long was concise and didn't say anything unnecessary. He waved his hand, and his red cloak fluttered like a war flag. Let's go. Since the barbarian tribe was here, the humans couldn't just sit around and wait for death. They gathered their battle teams and marched forward. As for Chunzong, he was still refining the power of the clone. Although the clone hadn't reached the spirit realm yet, it still needed some time to refine it. After all, the power was very condensed. Therefore, Chunzong didn't know what was happening outside, let alone that the war was coming. Advance! The human battle teams gathered and marched toward the North District. The murderous aura gathered quietly and gradually spread out. The barbarian tribe's army moved suddenly and quickly. They crossed the North-South District's barrier and pushed into the South District's outer ring. The two armies faced each other. The barbarian tribe's army and the humans' army met in the South District's outer ring. However, they didn't charge at each other directly. Instead, they faced each other with a distance of 10,000 meters. The human battle teams gathered. Although they looked like a big army, they were still in small groups. On the contrary, the barbarian tribe's battle teams were all scattered and gathered into a real army. They looked well-trained. Of course, it couldn't be said that the humans were inferior to the barbarian tribe. Each had its own merits. The barbarian tribe's army was more cohesive. Once they charged, they would be unstoppable. However, the human battle teams weren't as good as the barbarian tribe's army in a head-on charge, but they were more flexible. The two armies faced each other. The battle hadn't started yet, but the shocking auras kept surging out. They collided with each other from 10,000 meters away. As they surged, they seemed to turn into a raging storm. Whooshing. The rumbling sound shook the nine heavens, as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. Of the barbarian tribe's army. The 9 demon barbarian warriors were at the forefront, and their auras were the most powerful. However, the 10 great generals of the human race were secretly surprised. Shouldn't the other party also be 10 brave hearts? To hide of General Jean Long took the lead. His gaze was sharp and dignified as he looked over. His voice was deep and powerful, like rolling thunder. The 10 generals frowned. They were in deep thought. The barbarian tribe didn't hesitate to gather their army and start a war just for one person in the number 9 battle fort. No matter how one listened to it, it sounded unbelievable. Ooh. General Jean Long frowned. It was one thing to hand over the person, but he was very curious. He had to find out. The others were also very curious. Who was it that made the barbarian tribe gather their army? A human sword cultivator. He should be at the 10-star level. The barbarian tribe warrior sneered. He didn't know Chunzong's name. He only knew that he was at the 10-star level and was a sword cultivator. A sword cultivator at the 10-star level? Everyone was stunned. There were tens of thousands of human cultivators in the number 9 battle fort, and many of them were sword cultivators. Some of them were at the 10-star level. Therefore, a sword cultivator at the 10-star level wasn't enough to find the person. Why are you looking for him? General Jean Long asked again. He snuck into the northern district and killed thousands of our warriors, including dozens of 10-star warriors. He even killed one of our warriors. He deserves to die. The barbarian tribe warrior's voice was filled with killing intent and hatred. Compared to the human race, the barbarian race's thoughts were not as complicated. They directly said such things. If it were the human race, they would definitely think carefully and find another reason to cover it up, instead of saying it so directly. What? The humans were all shocked. Who? Who was it? Who was so powerful? He snuck into the northern district and killed thousands of barbarian tribe warriors, including dozens of 10-star warriors and a barbarian tribe warrior. No wonder there were only 9 barbarian tribe warriors. So who was it? Which sword cultivator had such a shocking record? Everyone in the human team looked at each other in dismay. The 10-star sword cultivators were the center of attention. It wasn't me. It wasn't me either. I want to do it, but I can't. The 10-star sword cultivators shook their heads and denied it. How glorious would it be to kill so many barbarian tribe warriors? Unfortunately, it wasn't them. If you don't hand him over, I will start a war, the barbarian tribe warrior said angrily. War! 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 The army of the barbarian tribe raised their arms and roared. Their momentum was earth-shattering and terrifying. Their momentum suppressed the human tribe for a while. Their ferocious power was astonishing. If you want to fight, then let's fight. The great general of the cold wave took a step forward. A terrifying aura gushed forth like tidal waves, pressing down on Qin Wentian. If you want to fight, then let's fight. If you want to fight, then let's fight. If you want to fight, then let's fight. The humans are not afraid. Although the 10 Yuan underworld generals knew the cruelty of war and didn't want to start a war, they wouldn't avoid it. They would face it head-on. The human race had stood tall in the void for so long. God knew how many calamities they had gone through, but they had managed to tide through them all because of the tenacity of the human race. In an instant, the humans' momentum rose, and they were on par with the barbarian tribe army. It seems like you are not willing to hand him over. The barbarian tribe warrior's face darkened. He looked even more furious. Fight! With a wave of his hand, the barbarian tribe immediately charged forward. Kill! General Zhanlong waved his hand and gave the order. The human race battle team immediately advanced and began to move rapidly. The war had begun. Battle cries shook the sky and murderous auras surged. The distance of 10,000 meters was crossed in an instant. The 10 generals and the 9 barbarian tribe warriors immediately clashed. As soon as they clashed, there were casualties. Although there were only tens of thousands of human cultivators and tens of thousands of barbarian warriors, each of them was powerful and imposing. Once they clashed, the power would be terrifying to the extreme. The cruelty of war was on display. In Chun Zong's room in the fortress, the black and white threads around him gradually faded. Strands of them entered Chun Zong's body and were refined and absorbed, turning into his own. When the last black and white thread was absorbed by Chun Zong, a black and white brilliance flashed across Chun Zong's body. It was like flowing water. There was an indescribable mystery as it entered his body. His body shook, and an extremely mysterious aura spread out. There was a kind of emptiness and sharpness in it. That ethereal aura seemed to be as high as the sky. That sharpness seemed to pierce through the 9 heavens. In the next moment, all the aura was withdrawn into his body. Chun Zong opened his eyes, and a bright light shot out from them. It was extremely shocking. Soon after, he sensed his body, and a smile hung on the corners of his mouth. Indeed, refining and absorbing the power of heaven and earth had brought him many benefits. First of all, his cultivation had broken through unknowingly and reached the 7th transformation Tao controlling realm. However, his body refining cultivation was still at the 6th transformation divine body realm. It was a little lacking. But the biggest gain was his spiritual body. The Taichu sword origin body was originally a high-level spiritual body. Now that it had broken through, it had become a top-level spiritual body. When a high-level spiritual body erupted, it could increase the power of the sword origin by 90%. When the top-level Taichu sword origin spirit body erupted, it could increase the power by 120%. It was 20% more than an ordinary top-level spiritual body. The breakthrough in his cultivation and the enhancement of his spiritual body had allowed Chun Zong's combat power to improve further. He was even closer to the 11-star level. Then, Chun Zong checked the battle order and saw the message in it. Gather! Chun Zong muttered to himself. He was a little confused, but he still left the battle fortress. As soon as he left the battle fortress, Chun Zong immediately felt that something was wrong. The aura in the air had a kind of desolation and indescribable brutality. There seemed to be wisps of the smell of blood floating in the air. Chun Zong's brows furrowed even more. His figure flashed, and he burst out at an astonishing speed. He turned into a sword light and swept across the sky like lightning. He kept flying outwards. The further he flew, the stronger the desolation and the smell of blood became. Finally, Chunzong saw the battle in front of him. It was a large-scale battle. His pupils shrank to the size of needles. War. It was a war between the barbarians and the humans. Unlike the previous battle teams, it was a war of tens of thousands against tens of thousands. It was almost all the forces in the ninth battle zone. Unknowingly, Chunzong's heart was a little agitated. Kill! Chunzong's figure flashed, and he directly charged into the battlefield with his sword. This was because there was a rule in the northern battle zone. Once the war started, the battle merits would be doubled. In other words, killing a one-star combatant would give 1 battle merit. During the war, it would become 2 points. This would make it easier to obtain battle merits. There were many treasures in the northern battle zone that could be exchanged. Most of these treasures were jointly provided by various major forces. Chapter 2180. The war was cruel and tragic. The barbarian warriors charged forward without any fear of death. Their roars were earth-shattering. They attacked again and again. The might of their attacks was incomparably tyrannical. They were extremely astonishing. They were like a meat grinder on the battlefield. They were constantly pushing forward. The human clan's troops kept wandering around. At first, they were stunned by the barbarian army and suffered a lot of casualties. However, they quickly reacted and divided the barbarian army like sharp blades. When the barbarian army was united, they were extremely terrifying and invincible. However, after being divided, their threat was greatly reduced. At this moment, a sword light streaked across the sky like a lightning bolt. It rushed into the meat grinder-like battlefield in an instant. Kill! The sword light flashed, and a few streaks of blood splattered. It was Chunzong. He killed 3 people with 1 sword strike. The number of battle merits in the battle token suddenly increased. Chunzong had used up almost all of his battle merits to exchange for the power of heaven and earth clone in the eternal battle fort. He only had dozens of battle merits left. Of course, the Excientao Master asked Chunzong to get 100,000 battle merits, not to store 100,000 battle merits in the battle token. He just needed to get them. Even if he used them up, it would still count. Chunzong originally thought that it would be very difficult to get 100,000 battle merits. However, he got 10,000 battle merits in the previous adventure, so it did not seem that difficult. Especially in the war, he could get twice the battle merits, and it would be faster. Kill, kill, kill. Of course, Chunzong would not be arrogant. He was very vigilant. The battlefield changed rapidly. If he was careless, he would not only fail to kill the enemy, but he would also be killed. Chunzong opened his Sword Tao field domain. He did not release all of it, but locked it within 100 meters. Everything in the Sword Tao field domain was within his perception. Even 11-star battle strength could not succeed in a sneak attack. Chunzong would sense it in advance. Moreover, once they entered the Sword Tao field domain, they would be affected by the Sword Tao field domain, and their speed would decrease. Under the Sword Tao field domain, Chunzong's killing speed was astonishingly fast. Every sword strike would take the lives of several barbarian warriors and turn them into battle merits. Soon, Chunzong was targeted by powerful barbarian warriors. Those who were strong would always keep an eye on each other. Firstly, it was to avoid killing those of the same race who were weaker. Secondly, it was to kill each other so that they could obtain more battle merits. Chunzong sensed that a 10-star demon barbarian warrior had broken into the domain of Sword Tao. His face was extremely ferocious, and he attacked fiercely. That attack seemed to be able to break the sky, and it was merciless. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Chunzong with one blow. However, Chunzong had already sensed it when his opponent entered the Sword Tao domain. In the face of this attack, Chunzong did not try to dodge at all. Instead, he turned his sword around to kill. The sword light broke through the air and cut through everything. He didn't need to use the secret technique of Heartfire, nor did he need to use the power of the Taichu sword origin form. Sword of Heart Refinement. Sword 1. Chunzong's cultivation had broken through to the 7th circle of the Tao manipulation realm. As his cultivation increased, so did his combat strength. The The sword light pierced through the air and directly pierced through the attack of the 10-star barbarian warrior. It was like a hot knife through butter as it pierced through the barbarian warrior. The demon barbarian warrior's eyes widened. He never thought that he would be killed in such a way. At the same time, Chunzong also received 40 battle merits. A 10-star demon barbarian warrior was worth 20 battle merits. Double the 10-star demon barbarian warrior was worth 40 battle merits. It was a good harvest. The 10 great generals of a human race and the 9 brave warriors of the demon barbarian race were fighting fiercely in the air. The terrifying power shook all directions. They all deliberately left the battlefield to avoid causing harm to others. After all, the aftermath of a battle between Yuan underlings was very powerful. After killing a 10-star barbarian warrior, Chunzong slashed out with his sword. His eyes flashed coldly, and then he turned into a streak of light, shooting towards another 10-star barbarian warrior, as if he was riding a sword. His current combat strength was indeed at the 10-star demon barbarian warrior level, but it was at the top level among the 10-star demons. Therefore, he would kill anyone below the 10-star demon barbarian warrior. His main target was the 10-star demon barbarian warrior. After killing several demon barbarian warriors with his sword, countless sword lights flashed and turned into one, piercing through everything. Kill. In an instant, Chunzong's battle merits increased by another batch. The speed of this increase was simply amazing. It was as if he was constantly harvesting. The Big Dipper battle team and other powerful battle teams also swept everything in their path at first. They were invincible and killed many demon barbarian warriors. However, powerful 11-star demon barbarian warriors soon arrived and started a fierce battle. 2 10-star demon barbarian warriors joined forces and attacked from the left and right. They immediately posed a threat to Chunzong, but it was still not enough. Sect returning swords technique. Picturesque mountains and rivers. In an instant, the sword mountains descended and directly pressed down. Chunzong displayed the power of Mind 2 swords technique. In this way, the consumption of his mind power was not much. The sect returning swords technique's direct lethality was not as good as the heart refining swords technique, but it was not weak either. At least, Chunzong's combat strength was very strong, and his swordsmanship was superb and exquisite. Kill. Another 80 battle merits were obtained. For a time, Chunzong seemed to have become a battlefield harvester, constantly harvesting the lives of the demon barbarian warriors. In addition to Chunzong, there were also some lone warriors among the human clan cultivators with amazing combat strength. Moreover, they never stopped to fight. Instead, they constantly wandered around and killed the demon barbarian warriors with their extremely agile body movements. It wasn't just the humans who were doing this. The barbarian demons were also doing the same thing as Chunzong and the others. Not only were they powerful, but they were also doing the same thing as Chunzong and the others. One of them was from the barbarian snake tribe. His body movements were extremely strange, and his attacks were very tricky. It was difficult for others to attack him, and every time he attacked, he would kill one or even several people. Another one was from the barbarian elephant tribe. He was so powerful that he was like a chariot pushing forward. When he attacked with his arms, it was as if he could break through everything, and no one could resist him. Another one was from the barbarian ape tribe. He had both strength and speed, and his attacks were more sophisticated. His fists and palms changed constantly, and the power was amazing. The last one was from the barbarian flood dragon tribe, an elite tribe of the demon barbarian tribe. They were powerful and fast, and the power of each of their attacks was extremely terrifying. Their combat strength had reached the level of 11-star. In an instant, Chunzong felt a chill all over his body. He was being targeted. It was the barbarian snake tribe that was targeting him. There seemed to be a hissing sound constantly, as if a giant snake was approaching. Chunzong felt a chill, and a slippery feeling came from his neck. The 10-star warrior from the barbarian snake tribe was getting closer, and his eyes were shining with an extremely cold light. He gathered his 5 fingers and slightly bent them like a snake's mouth. In an instant, He was like a poisonous snake waiting for an opportunity to strike. He was as fast as lightning and directly attacked Qinzong. Fast, extremely fast. Not only was his speed fast, but the angle was also very tricky. This was a well-practiced attack, and it was a sure kill attack. Qinzong could not help but tense up. Very strong. In an instant, Qinzong judged that the barbarian snake tribe was a strong opponent. A trace of excitement emerged from his heart. It was more valuable to kill a strong opponent. That kind of value was not only in the battle merits, but also in the belief that one was invincible. If he were to blindly seek out those weaker than him to fight and kill, he would be able to obtain more battle merits, but it would be meaningless to his own cultivation. On the contrary, if he were to develop that kind of habit, he would habitually bully the weak. Over time, he would unknowingly become a weakling. The strong never only had profound cultivation and powerful combat strength, but also had extremely strong belief. Without belief, there was no need to talk about the strong, cultivation, or Taoism. With a flash of sword light, Qinzong attacked with his sword. It seemed to be an ordinary sword move, but it had an indescribable, mysterious trajectory. It actually resisted the extremely strange attack of the barbarian snake tribe warrior. As the sword light flashed, it was as if refined steel had been turned soft. It flowed along the arm of the barbarian snake tribe warrior like a stream of water and quickly slithered to the spot between his eyebrows. The barbarian snake tribe warrior was shocked. What a brilliant sword technique! How could it be so flexible? However, the strength of the barbarian snake tribe warrior was also very amazing. With a shake of his arm, a terrifying force burst out like a python turning over. After shattering the sword light, he let out an extremely shocking roar. As if he could destroy everything, the barbarian snake tribe warrior opened his mouth and bit Qinzong's head. Heart Fire Burn. Heart Refining Sword Technique. Sword 2. Under the Heart Fire 7 layers, the power of Qinzong's sword had increased by a lot. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter. In an instant, it pierced through the mouth of the giant python and pierced through its body. Under the extremely terrifying sword Qi, the barbarian snake tribe warrior's body was shattered inch by inch. The long sword was invincible. It pierced through the throat of the barbarian snake tribe warrior. As the sword Qi surged, the barbarian snake tribe warrior's body was immediately torn apart. Death. This scene happened to be seen by the powerful barbarian elephant tribe warrior. The barbarian elephant tribe warrior was using extremely terrifying strength to defeat a 10-star human expert. With an earth-shattering roar, the barbarian elephant tribe warrior's anger erupted like a volcano. With a rumbling sound, the barbarian elephant tribe warrior rushed toward Qinzong. The extremely arrogant aura made Qinzong's heart tighten. The threat was even stronger than that of the barbarian snake tribe warrior. 10,000 swords returned to origin sword technique. Forest of 10,000 trees. With a wave of the sword, hundreds of 10-meter-tall sword Qi trees fell from the sky and bombarded the barbarian elephant tribe warrior. They suppressed the surroundings and formed a small forest, trapping the barbarian elephant tribe warrior in it. However, the barbarian elephant tribe warrior roared and its arms swelled. In an instant, it blasted out like thunder and destroyed the sword Qi trees one after another. Although the barbarian elephant tribe warrior was extremely strong, it was still not enough to completely trap the barbarian elephant tribe warrior. However, Qinzong's goal was to trap the barbarian elephant tribe warrior for a while. That was enough. Heart Refining Sword Technique. Sword 3. The barbarian elephant tribe warrior's most powerful sword attack was unleashed in an instant. Its power was incomparably condensed and turned into an incomparably resplendent sword Qi that pierced through the sky. Compared to before his cultivation breakthrough, the power of this sword attack was much stronger. Moreover, the timing of this sword attack was incomparably accurate, unique, and astonishing. Chapter 2181. That sword strike was incomparably powerful and unparalleled. The sword light, was like the absolute beginning divine thunder that tore through the darkness. Under Chunzong's precise control of timing, the sword light followed the barbarian elephant warrior's careless opening, piercing the extreme heart-phaseless sword that had reached the level of a spiritual divine weapon became even sharper. The barbarian elephant warrior's forehead was pierced through. His huge body swayed and fell forward. The sword chi directly crushed everything in his head and scattered his soul. Chunzong's figure flashed, and he immediately charged at the powerful barbarian ape warrior. Both the 10,000 swords returned to origin and the heart refinement returned to one were unleashed at the same time under the dual intent of one heart, killing the barbarian ape warrior in an extremely tyrannical manner. Die! An explosive shout rang out, bringing with it a shocking killing intent. The 11-star barbarian flood dragon immediately attacked. His attack pierced through the air, extremely ferocious. Chunzong's body immediately tensed up, and his hair stood on end. So strong. The power of the attack was so strong. It was the full attack of the barbarian flood dragon warrior. Its power was extremely terrifying. Chunzong only felt that his sword principal domain was constantly being attacked and was about to be torn apart. The attack was like a falling meteor that could destroy everything. His heart sank, and a sense of crisis swept over him like a volcanic eruption. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong was not afraid. He could not dodge the attack, and could only face it with his own strength. The 10,000 swords returned to Origin's sword technique? No, this sword technique focuses on trapping the enemy. The heart refinement sword technique? No, this sword technique focuses on the power of the attack and condenses it into one point. It was unparalleled. However, there was an obvious gap between their combat strength. Even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to resist. Then, he could only be on the defensive. Fortunately, I have you, Chunzong muttered to himself. His expression was gentle. His fingers were like a sword and gently touched the extreme heart-phaseless sword spine. Sevenfold heart fire. The power of a top-tier spirit body. The Taichu sword origin body. In an instant, a dot of light lit up on the sword spine. It was as bright as starlight, following Chunzong's sword fingers and moving forward along the sword spine until it reached the tip of the sword. The extreme heart formless sword trembled slightly and let out a series of sword cries, as if it was awakening. A terrifying sharpness lingered and spread out. In the next breath, the extreme heart phaseless sword exploded, turning into many sword lights that scattered in all directions. There were a total of 100 of them. Chunzong's field of sword principle also shrunk to 10 meters in an instant. The sword light lingered around and perfectly integrated with the field of sword principle. The sword light combined with the sword principle domain circled around Chunzong. Every sword light was like a fish or a snake. They were connected head to tail, forming an extremely mysterious trajectory. The trajectory seemed simple, but it covered everything. Everything within 10 meters was covered, forming a sphere that firmly protected Chunzong. There was a beginning and an end, but there was no beginning and no end. The 100 sword lights had completely fused with the field of sword principle. It looked like a flashing sphere that was surrounded by strands of sword chi. In an instant, the barbaric flood dragon with an extremely powerful attack arrived. It was vast and mighty, shattering everything in its path. With a boom, the extremely terrifying attack that was like a meteor smashed into the sword light that had fused with the field of sword principle and the extreme heart phaseless sword. A scene that shocked the barbaric flood dragon appeared. That sword light was actually not destroyed. Instead, it was blocked. The ball of sword light caved inwards under the terrifying attack, but it held on tenaciously. Countless sword chi flowed from the surface of the ball of sword light from all directions like flowing water, endlessly resisting the attack. Then, countless sword chi dissipated from the point of attack, dissipating a trace of the attack power. After shattering, it merged with the surface of the ball of sword light. It was a cycle. This move could not only block the attack, but it could also disperse the attack while blocking it. This move was an ability that came with the Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword after it became a spiritual artifact. It was developed by Chunzong and combined with the Field of Sword principle to form a brand new sword technique. Great Zhou Sword Realm. The Great Zhou Sword Realm was the cycle of the heavens. There was a beginning and an end, and there was no beginning and no end. The Sword Realm was like a world of its own. Naming this move after the Great Zhou Sword Realm was enough to show Chunzong's determination. Now, this move didn't disappoint Chunzong's expectations. A long time ago, Chunzong had been called the Chaotic Origin Sword. That was given to him by others. When Chunzong held the sword in his hand, the 5-foot-long sword circle would never be broken. Its defense was amazing. Even a stronger opponent would find it difficult to break through the defense of Chunzong's sword circle. This also showed that Chunzong had a shocking accumulation in the defense of his sword technique. This accumulation was now combined with the power of the Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword and the Field of Sword principle to form the Great Zhou Sword Realm. With Chunzong's secret cultivation method, the power of this move was greatly increased. It blocked the terrifying attack of an 11-star battle strength. Such power was also beyond Chunzong's expectations. Boom! The Barbarian Flood Dragon attacked for the second time, but it was still blocked by the Great Zhou Sword Realm. Chunzong's strength was also depleted as he continued to block the attacks. It wasn't enough. Perhaps it was because the Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword was a divine weapon, but the depletion of his strength wasn't very fast. He could at least hold on for more than 15 minutes under the attack of an 11-star battle strength. But what about 15 minutes later? This was a problem that needed to be considered because Chunzong discovered a flaw. When he used the Great Zhou Sword Realm, he couldn't move at all. He could only stand on the spot and not move. Once he moved, the Great Zhou Sword Realm would disintegrate. Once the Great Zhou Sword Realm disintegrated, he wouldn't be able to block the attack of an 11-star Barbarian Flood Dragon with his own battle strength. Chunzong thought as he defended against the attacks of the Barbarian Flood Dragon. He had already used the spiritual god artifact that he obtained from the White Jade City Challenge. As for his master, Wholehearted Holy Man, he didn't prepare any life-saving measures for him. The only thing he had was the Heart-Ean Treasure Robe. As for why he didn't prepare any other life-saving measures for him, it was because this military service was also the test to become a direct disciple of the Heavenly Palace of Will. He had to complete it with his own ability. The elders wouldn't give him any help. Everything depended on his own ability. Every direct disciple of the Heavenly Palace of Will who accepted the test went through the same process. Of course, there were differences between different titles. The difficulty of the test was different. The title that Wholehearted Holy Man gave to Chunzong was the highest. Chunzong didn't know about this. Since it was the highest title, the test was naturally the most difficult. It was extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. If you want to wear a crown, you have to bear its weight first. He used his cultivation method. While his strength was being consumed, it was also recovering bit by bit. Chunzong even took out some elixirs to help his strength recover faster and to prolong the test. But he couldn't go on like this. Although he had blocked the attack of the Barbarian Flood Dragon, he had also stalled himself. He couldn't kill the Barbarian Flood Dragon and gain battle credits. It was undoubtedly a pity to waste the double battle credits. At the moment, Chunzong couldn't think of a way out. His strongest attack couldn't hurt the Barbarian Flood Dragon at all. Did he have to take a risk? How could he take the risk? He could use the Heart-Ean Treasure Robe to block the Barbarian Flood Dragon's strongest attack. The moment the attack hit him, the Barbarian Flood Dragon would reveal a flaw. He could take advantage of that flaw and kill the Barbarian Flood Dragon. However, Chunzong wasn't absolutely sure if he could do it. But even if there was a slight chance, he had to try. Although it was very dangerous on the battlefield, he had to do it. The ninth attack arrived with an extremely terrifying might. When it struck the great heavenly cycle sword realm, sword flashes rippled and caved in inwards. Countless sword chi seemed to be pulled to their limits as they began to shatter and shatter. The great Zhou sword realm couldn't hold on any longer and was broken. Once it was broken, there was still a lot of power left in the attack. It rushed toward Shinzong like a hot knife through butter. Shinzong didn't have time to dodge. Shinzong didn't plan to dodge. Instead, he charged forward. The light in his eyes condensed into a beam. It was extremely condensed and pierced into the eyes of the barbarian flood dragon warrior. The barbarian flood dragon warrior was shocked. It was as if his eyes had been pierced. An indescribable sense of panic rose in his heart. In that instant, Chunzong's chest met the terrifying attack of the barbarian flood dragon warrior. There was a loud boom. Although 70% of the attack's power had been weakened, the remaining 30% was still very terrifying. If Chunzong's world divine body hadn't reached the sixth transformation, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it and would have exploded. But now he had blocked it. Since he had blocked it, it was time to counterattack. 10 intensive 1. Heart-refining sword technique. Sword 3. The most powerful sword attack instantly pierced through the air. 10 extremely condensed sword lights joined together to form a straight line as they pierced through the air. This was the most powerful attack that Chunzong could perform. Whether it was the 10 intents of one attack or the timing, they were all extremely accurate. The barbarian flood dragon warrior didn't have time to dodge and was immediately pierced. His shocking defense couldn't block the extreme heart phaseless sword at all. You're courting death. The barbarian flood dragon warrior was furious. He was an 11-star warrior, but he was attacked by a 10-star human. In his fury, he immediately ignited his totem power and released an attack that was much more powerful. Boom! It was as if a bolt of lightning had exploded. Chunzong's body trembled uncontrollably. He felt his hair stand on end. He immediately activated the power of the heart treasure garment without hesitation. Part of the power entered his body to heal his injuries, while the other part covered his body to form a layer of protection. Sword 3 even charged forward to kill. The light trembled and Chunzong flew back as if he had been struck by lightning. The sword radiance also pierced through the barbarian flood dragon warrior's body, leaving behind a serious injury. However, it didn't kill him. Chunzong couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He felt as if his organs had been shattered and his body was about to be torn apart. Even with such a dangerous attack, he still couldn't kill his opponent. The barbarian flood dragon warrior sneered. He ignored the sword wounds on his body and charged forward, wanting to kill Chunzong. Chapter 2182. Chunzong couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of black blood. Only then did he feel a little better. However, there were still bursts of pain coming from his body. It was as if an invisible force was raging and cutting him. At the same time, the power of the heartprint treasure robe entered his body and turned into waves of coolness that spread out and healed his injuries. A sword light turned and flew back to Chunzong. It was the extreme heart phaseless sword. The 11-star barbarian flood dragon warrior stood in the void in a daze. He maintained a charging posture, but his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Gradually, his eyes lost their luster. He was killed by a human cultivator who only had 10-star battle strength. It was unbelievable. This directly broke the iron law of battle strength. Chunzong's battle order also directly increased by 200 battle merits. If 10-star warriors were the elites of the tribe, 11-star warriors were the elites of the elites. They were even rarer and more precious. In the entire 9th battle zone, there weren't many 11-star barbarian flood dragon warriors. There were only about 20 of them. The death of any one of them was a great loss. Sir Hero, it's this human. The barbarian flood dragon warrior roared before he died. His voice reverberated in all directions and also reached the ears of the 9 barbarian warriors. The barbarian warriors who were fighting fiercely with the 10 great generals of the human race immediately cast their gazes over and finally fixed their eyes on Chunzong. After sensing carefully, they immediately found that Chunzong's sword chi was the same as the sword chi of the dead barbarian flood dragon warriors. The same sword chi, the same wave. It was this human. It's him. The first barbarian flood dragon warrior roared. It's him. The second barbarian flood dragon warrior roared. An extremely terrifying aura instantly descended and rushed directly toward Shinzong. The 10 great generals of the human race finally realized who the barbarian flood dragon warrior was. They were wondering who the 10-star human cultivator who killed thousands of barbarian flood dragon warriors, dozens of 10-star warriors, and one barbarian flood dragon warrior was. General Yunshi was stunned. The green-robed elder, who was also General Qing Yun, was slightly startled. His eyes lit up. General Han Shao even smiled. No wonder he was the 5th true disciple of Xian Dao Master. He was so powerful. General Zhan Long was stunned at first, but then his expression became serious. Stop them. One of the barbarian flood dragon warriors were rushing toward Chunzong at an amazing speed. He wanted to kill Chunzong. In order to kill this human, the barbarian tribe had used the frenzied bugle to start a war. Now that this human had appeared, there was no way they would let him go. His junior brother from Xian Heavenly Palace had such an amazing record, even though he had just come to the battlefield. It was undoubtedly a great help to Xian Heavenly Palace's reputation. Another point was his talent. As long as he didn't die, he would become a great master in the future and defeat all the other masters of his generation. Not only did the barbarian flood dragon warrior and the human race general know that Chunzong was the one the barbarian flood dragon warriors wanted to kill. The other barbarian flood dragon warriors and cultivators of the human race were the same. For a moment, the cultivators of the human race team were filled with shock. The members of the Big Dipper battle team frowned and narrowed their eyes. They felt a sense of threat. Barbarian flood dragon warriors, listen to my order. Kill this human cultivator, and you will be baptized by the totem. The barbarian flood dragon warrior immediately shouted. Suddenly, the eyes of the barbarian flood dragon warriors lit up. They released an extremely powerful aura and charged toward Chunzong without fear of death. Baptism by the totem. It was a rare opportunity. Once baptized, they might be able to break through and become more powerful. What could be more fascinating than the increase of one's combat strength? Junior brother, retreat quickly. Li Hanchao's voice also reached Chunzong's ears. For a moment, Chunzong became the center of the battle. Sir, we are here to help you. In the North District, the cultivators who had been saved by Chunzong also rushed over to fight against the barbarian flood dragon warriors. Let's go. The captain of the Sky Walk battle team immediately ordered and led the entire battle team to fly toward Chunzong to fight against the barbarian flood dragon warriors. Let's go too. The captain of the Sky Walk battle team laughed and moved instantly. The Big Dipper battle team did not move like the Sky Walk battle team and the Sky Walk battle team. With the power stored in the Heart Treasure Robe, Chunzong's injuries quickly healed. However, he had used the 10 wills of one heart and unleashed a powerful attack. The power of his mind was astonishing and could not be recovered in a short period of time. The power of his mind was also related to his battle strength. This was not something that the state of freedom could affect. After all, the power of his mind belonged to the heavenly palace of will, and the state of freedom belonged to the eternal battle fort. Hearing Li Hanchao's voice, Chunzong did not hesitate and immediately retreated. At the same time, he operated his cultivation method to recover the power of his mind and the power he had consumed. This was not fear, but to protect himself first and wait until his power recovered before killing the barbarian flood dragon warriors. Otherwise, it would only be foolishness. In a situation where he did not have enough power, he would still charge forward. There was no other way but to die. Although Chunzong had consumed a lot of his power and mind, he had not completely exhausted them. He had more or less retained a little, allowing Chunzong to have some power. The human battle teams gathered from afar and gathered around Chunzong to resist the barbarian flood dragon warrior's charge and buy time for Chunzong to retreat and recover. Suddenly, a strange change occurred. The moment a human cultivator flew past Chunzong, he immediately unleashed an astonishing power. The blade that was originally aimed at the barbarian flood dragon warrior suddenly attacked Chunzong. It was so sudden that it was completely unexpected. Stop! The other cultivators on the side were furious. There was no doubt that Chunzong was a peerless genius with unlimited potential and a bright future. How could he die here? Now someone dared to attack him, and it was a human. How could they not be angry? Chunzong was also shocked. He reacted immediately, but because he had not recovered his power, his reaction was a little slow. He was immediately hit by the terrifying blade light. Fortunately, Chunzong's reaction was not slow. He avoided the attack on his vital parts, and the blade light directly slashed at his back. The terrifying blade energy raged, but 70% of it was absorbed by the heart-sealed treasure coat. The remaining 30% allowed Chunzong to rush forward. He felt that his body was about to be torn apart. However, the power of the 6 Changes World body was unquestionable. The power of that blade was only at the 10-star level. Chunzong hadn't been killed, nor had he suffered any injuries. Go to hell. An 11-star powerhouse from the heaven-crushing battle team was enraged. He attacked the 10-star cultivator who attacked Chunzong mercilessly with earth-shattering force. With one attack, he was directly blown to pieces. Chunzong was a little scared. Fortunately, he had the heart-sealed treasure coat with him. Otherwise, that blade would have killed him. In addition to the fear, Chunzong also felt indescribable anger and sadness. Why did they attack him? There was only one explanation. They were human traitors, human cultivators who secretly sided with or were bribed by the barbarian tribe. They lurked among the human race and attacked at the critical moment. He could not figure out why they betrayed their dignity and sided with the foreign races who had ulterior motives. However, since ancient times, there had never been a lack of people who sided with the foreign races. People's hearts were unpredictable. Chunzong retreated even faster and released his field domain of sword principle, covering a radius of 100 meters. If there was another attack, he would be able to sense it immediately and react as quickly as possible. The heart-sealed treasure coat was indeed good, but it was hard to guarantee that those who wanted to kill him had other means. Besides, since a human traitor tried to kill him and failed, it was hard to guarantee that there would not be a second, third, or even 10th human traitor lurking, waiting for an opportunity. Retreat. He tried to keep as much distance from the others as possible to ensure his own safety. Don't panic, sir. I'll protect you, someone shouted and approached Chunzong. Thank you for your kindness. Chunzong replied, but did not let the other person get close. He did not notice the attack immediately and was a little slower, although it had something to do with the fact that he had consumed a lot of his mind power. It also showed that the other party's concealment skills were amazing. General Han Chao burst out in an instant and slammed his palm across the sky. The palm print was as powerful and majestic as a mountain. After repelling the demon barbarian warrior, he rushed toward Chunzong as fast as he could. Junior brother, let's go. As soon as he said that, Chunzong was immediately pulled away by Li Hanchao and quickly left the battle. Li Hanchao was in the Yuanming realm and had 2-star combat strength. He was powerful and extremely fast. Chunzong could not react at all and was quickly pulled away from the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, Li Hanchao sent Chunzong to the edge of the battlefield and quickly took out a pill and handed it to Chunzong. This is a heart recovery pill. It can speed up the recovery of your mind power. Junior brother, quickly take it. Chunzong took the pill and glanced at it. Li Hanchao had already turned into a light shadow and rushed back to the battlefield to intercept the demon barbarian warrior. At that moment, Chunzong actually suspected that Li Hanchao was also a spy of the demon barbarian race, but he quickly dismissed the idea. He believed in the heavenly palace. In an instant, Chunzong swallowed the heart-restoring elixir. He felt that the heart-restoring elixir had turned into a clear stream that rushed directly to the heart palace. The mind power that was surrounded by the 7 heart palaces immediately recovered at an even faster speed. The speed of recovery was almost twice as fast as before. Chunzong could not help but be secretly surprised. The heart recovery pill was really good. It could actually double the recovery speed of the mind power. It would be good if he had more preparations. Later, he would ask senior brother Li Hanqiao. The battle was still going on. Qinzong released the sword principal field domain and spread it around to prevent being attacked. At the same time, he used the 33 heavens of will to speed up the recovery of his mind power with the help of the heart recovery pill. As for his cultivation power, it was also rapidly recovering. The demon barbarian army was very crazy and launched attacks without fear of death, bringing great pressure to the human race. However, the human race side also fought to the death and desperately blocked the attacks of the demon barbarian warriors. Chapter 2183. The war was over. In the end, the barbarian army failed to break through the humans' defense line and kill Qinzong. Instead, they were stopped again and again. Their fearless momentum was also hindered. The first burst of energy was like a tiger, but the second was weak and the third was exhausted. Under the situation of heavy casualties, the barbarian warriors had no choice but to order a retreat and take away the bodies of the dead barbarian warriors. Tens of thousands of barbarian warriors swept over. In the end, more than 10,000 of them died. This was an extremely heavy loss. The human side did not gain any advantages. The number of casualties was also more than 10,000. For the first time, many people saw the cruelty of war for the first time. Looking at the corpses floating in the air like a lake and sensing the deathly stillness in the air, their hearts sank. They did not have the excitement they had when they first heard that war was about to begin. Those who survived were more or less injured. However, when they looked at the floating corpses around them, they secretly rejoiced that they did not become one of them. Most people's rejoicing disappeared in an instant. Instead, it was replaced by an unparalleled heaviness. The 10 generals were still alive, but they were injured to a certain extent. Similarly, the 9 barbarian heroes were still alive, but they were also injured. This war was not won, but it was not lost either. The bodies of the dead were collected and sent back to where they came from. The living had to be treated because they did not know when the barbarians would attack again. Qinzong's heart sank. This war lasted less than a day, but more than 10,000 people died. It was extremely cruel. As for how many merits he had gained, Qinzong did not have the mood to check at all. The 10 generals took medicine as fast as they could. After treating their injuries, they immediately held an emergency meeting. Li Hanqiao, look at the disciples of your heavenly palace. They are really outstanding. General Yunshi said in a sarcastic tone, as if he was pushing the responsibility of this war to Qinzong. Whether my disciples are outstanding or not is not for you to judge. Li Hanqiao naturally heard the sarcasm in General Yunshi's voice, but he replied unhurriedly. Was the heavenly palace strong? Were the disciples of the heavenly palace outstanding? Was there a need for other people to confirm it? Perhaps it was necessary, but it was definitely not something that could be led by 1 or 2 people. At the very least, General Cloud Snake didn't have the qualifications to do so, unless he was a Dominator rank expert. Humph, Li Hanqiao, if it weren't for your Qinzong from the heavenly palace, the barbarians wouldn't have started a war with us, causing more than 10,000 casualties. General Yun, she snorted in anger. Casualties are inevitable in war. The fact that the barbarian tribe launched a war with such great fanfare only proves Qinzong's excellence, Li Hanqiao said unhurriedly. Of course, Qinzong was the reason for the barbarians to start the war, but it also showed that the barbarians were afraid of Qinzong. It was because of this fear that they did not hesitate to start the war. They wanted to eliminate him as soon as possible to prevent him from becoming a big threat. In that case, were they going to force Qinzong to bear the responsibility for the heavy casualties caused by the war? There's no need to argue. This battle was not Qinzong's fault. General Zhang Long spoke directly. He was from the Eternal Battle Fort and was the strongest general here. He was the most powerful and respected general. General Cloud Snake curled his lips but didn't say anything. In fact, he knew very well that no matter how much he said, he couldn't convict Qinzong. How could he convict him? Because he was so outstanding that the barbarians were afraid of him and didn't hesitate to launch a war to convict him? If word got out, he would become a laughingstock. General Cloud Snake just didn't like Li Hanxiao, and Chunzong was Li Hanxiao's junior brother. That was why he said that. His purpose was to make Li Hanxiao unhappy. General Zhanlong, why don't you get your junior brother here? I'm curious. What did he do in the Northern District? General Zhanlong laughed. Yes, yes, yes. General Qingyan also laughed. That's right, General Zhanlong, quickly get your junior brother here. Apart from General Cloud Snake, the other generals all expressed their interest. Even though the barbarians had already told them the reason, they were still curious about the specific process. After receiving the news, Chunzong naturally entered the meeting hall and faced the 10 generals. However, Chunzong wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he was very calm. Faced with everyone's curiosity, Chunzong told them about how he sneaked into the Northern District. Of course, he omitted some information about his breakthrough and cultivation. He tried to simplify it as much as possible. However, the 10 generals weren't ordinary people. They understood a lot from just a few words. The more they listened, the more amazed they were. Only with a sword, he broke into the Northern District without the help of others. He even went to the inner circle and killed many barbarian warriors, including many warriors with 10-star combat strength. He even killed a barbarian warrior. Even though it was the power of secret treasure, Chunzong had the means and courage to do so. The more General Cloud Snake looked at Chunzong, the more he disliked him. However, the other generals were different. They looked at Chunzong with admiration. Chunzong, now that the barbarians have regarded you as a thorn in their side, you'd better stay in the battle fortress for a while, General Zhanlong said seriously. Earlier, Chunzong had been attacked by human cultivators. This made the generals even more worried. Chunzong nodded because he planned to cultivate well in the following days to improve his strength and combat strength as much as possible. Thus, the Great Purge began. The assassination attempt on Chunzong was the fuse that ignited the fire. In just 3 days, a total of 23 human traitors were found. Some of them realized that something was wrong and planned to escape, but they were intercepted and captured alive. However, most of them weren't discovered. They were either gone or hidden too deeply and couldn't be detected. All in all, the Great Purge had come to an end for the time being. However, investigations were still ongoing in secret. News about Chunzong was also brought up by many battle teams and cultivators. In the room, Chunzong was cultivating when someone knocked on the door. Yang Tianxing, the leader of the Sky Walking Battle Team, came to visit. Just as Yang Tianxing entered, Li Qianbeng, the leader of the Sky Walking Battle Team, also came to visit. Li Qianbeng, first come, first served, Yang Tianxing said coldly with a dark face. Both of them came for the same purpose, which was to recruit Chunzong into their battle team. In the previous battle, Chunzong had proven his amazing combat strength and ability. He was invincible among those with 10-star combat strength. He even killed an 11-star barbarian warrior, which was a miracle. With such combat strength and talent, he had a bright future ahead of him. They must recruit him as soon as possible. Before Chunzong could express his opinion, the 2 captains of the Sky Traversing Battle Team and the Heaven Crushing Battle Team had already started arguing. They were at daggers drawn, and it looked as if they were about to come to blows. This made Chunzong speechless. Thank you both. Just as Chunzong was about to speak, someone knocked on the door again. This time, it was a little forceful. As soon as they opened the door, Yang Tianxing and Li Qianbing both frowned. It was one of the 3 11-star warriors of the Sky Walking Battle Team. Lai Guang, what are you doing here? Li Qianbing asked cautiously. I'm here to do whatever you're here to do. Lai Guang smiled slightly and said with a hint of provocation. Li Qianbing and Yang Tianxing moved in a flash and blocked Lai Guang's line of sight. They were both very alert because the other party was from the Sky Walking Battle Team. The Sky Walking Battle Team was the number 1 battle team in Battle Zone number 9. They were the strongest battle team. They had 3 11-star warriors, and their captain, the Sky Walking Battle Team, was the strongest. He was known as the #1 in the path-controlling realm. The other two 11-star warriors were also very strong. Lai Guang's combat strength was not inferior to Yang Tianxing and Li Tianbing. Qinzong, I'm here on the captain's orders to inform you that you've passed the test that you applied for. From now on, you're a member of the Sky Walking Battle Team. Lai Guang's gaze seemed to penetrate Yang Tianxing and Li Tianbing as he spoke to Qinzong. Then, Lai Guang swung his arm, and a stream of light flew past Yang Tianxing and Li Tianbing towards Qinzong. Qinzong caught it and saw that it was a badge. It was the badge of the Sky Walking Battle Team. Remember, our Sky Walking Battle Team has strict rules. You're not allowed to act without permission. Even if you want to act alone, you have to apply and report it. You can only do so after it's approved. Otherwise, you'll be expelled, Lai Guang continued. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of light flashed and flew over. Lai Guang grabbed it and frowned. There was a hint of anger in his eyes. Qinzong, what's the meaning of this? Lai Guang's tone was filled with displeasure. I have no intention of joining the Sky Walking Battle Team. Qinzong walked out from behind Yang Tianxing and Li Tianbing. He looked calm and unhurried. Also, I've never submitted an application to the Sky Walking Battle Team. So, don't flatter yourself. Hearing Qinzong's words, Lai Guang's eyes suddenly shone with a shocking coldness. A terrifying aura suddenly spread out from his body. It was like a monstrous rage, like a volcano that was about to erupt. Yang Tianxing and Li Tianbing also released a powerful aura to block Lai Guang's aura. Go back and tell Sky Walking Battle Team that I'll remember that slap. Qinzong didn't seem to feel the pressure at all. He stared at Lai Guang and said calmly. However, there was a hint of sharpness in his words. You have made the wrong choice, Lai Guang said to Qinzong with a cold smile. Lai Guang suppressed his anger and sneered. In this place, he couldn't attack no matter what. Moreover, he couldn't teach Qinzong a lesson even if he wanted to because Yang Tianxing and Li Tianbing were present. The two of them were very strong and weren't inferior to him at all. If he really attacked, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Qinzong. On the contrary, he might not be able to gain any advantage and end up in a sorry state. After giving a warning, Lai Guang turned around and left in anger. Thank you for your kindness, but I have no intention of joining the battle team, Qinzong said to Yang Tianxing and Li Tianbing seriously. Acting alone might be more dangerous, but it was also more freedom. It was more suitable for one's style and habits. Chapter 2184. After closing the door, Qinzong began to cultivate. After the battle, Qinzong had obtained double battle credits. He had continuously killed the demon barbarian warriors and obtained thousands of battle credits in the end. However, it was still not enough compared to the previous tens of thousands of battle credits. Combat power. He needed to have a stronger combat power. His current combat power was still too low. How could he increase his combat power? Cultivation, sword techniques, secret techniques, and so on. His chi cultivation was at the early stage of the 7th transformation of the Tao manipulation realm, not yet at the middle stage. As for his body refinement realm, he had continuously stimulated his potential and reached the peak of the 6th transformation of the divine body realm and could attempt to break through to the 7th transformation. Qinzong was confident that he could raise his body refinement realm to the 7th transformation of the divine body realm in a short period of time, which would be on par with his chi cultivation. However, this would not increase the upper limit of his combat power. For his sword techniques, he would either create a stronger ultimate move or improve his sword principle field to increase its power. As for his secret technique, it was the heart flame. The strength of the heart flame was related to the casting of the heart palace. 7 heart palaces was the limit of what he could cast at the moment. The casting of the 8th heart palace was slow, and Qinzong did not know how long it would take to complete it. After thinking about it, Qinzong did not have any ideas at the moment. Unless his cultivation broke through to the 8th transformation of the Tao manipulation realm, or the 8th transformation of the divine body realm, or his sword principle field expanded significantly, he would be able to significantly increase his combat power. I'll break through to the body refinement realm first, Chunzong said to himself. Then, my chi cultivation and body refinement realms will be on par. The moment this thought came to him, an indescribable feeling appeared. Chi cultivation and body refinement realms were on par. What if the two powers were combined again? Chunzong thought of the opportunity he had obtained in the Tianyuan sacred region, the Lingwu Supreme Technique. It was a unique secret technique created by Emperor Lingwu, the monstrous genius of the Tianyuan sacred region. It could fuse the power of qi cultivation and body refining to form a new power. The new power could be used to increase one's qi cultivation or body refining cultivation, significantly increasing one's strength. However, the Supreme Lingwu technique was only a minor ability. When he reached the demigod rank and condensed the flower of extremity, the effects of the Supreme Lingwu technique would be greatly reduced. When he condensed the flower of extremity, the Supreme Lingwu technique would no longer be useful, let alone when Chunzong broke through to the imminent god realm. After that, Chunzong cultivated all kinds of supernatural powers and had no time to care about other things. Now, he had a flash of inspiration and remembered. If he could once again combine the power of his qi cultivation stage and body refinement stage into a new power to increase his cultivation strength, it would directly increase his combat strength. I'll break through to the body refining realm first, then study and comprehend the Supreme Lingwu technique. I'll see if I can deduce it and turn it into a great supernatural power, Chunzong thought to himself, a bright light flashing in his eyes. He began to cultivate in seclusion and focus on breaking through to the body refining realm. His body refining realm had reached the peak of the sixth transformation and was at a critical point. Therefore, it was not difficult to break through. After a month, Chunzong opened his eyes. A tyrannical aura instantly condensed on his body, surging like a tide. Wave after wave, it was continuous. Wisps of light outlined the outline of Chunzong's body and spread out. It was as if starlight filled the air and turned into a starry sky. It was as if there was a long river flowing endlessly. It was as if there were thousands of towering trees on the ground. It was as if there were countless mountains pointing to the sky. It was as if a part of the world was spreading. The shadow of the world flashed by, and a tyrannical aura also erupted. It surpassed the sixth transformation and reached the seventh transformation, the same level as the qi cultivation realm. I've finally broken through. Feeling the tyrannical power surging endlessly in his body, Chunzong exhaled. The breakthrough of the body refining realm did not increase the upper limit of his combat strength, but increased his means and ability to protect his life. With his 7 transformations divine body realm cultivation and the defense of the heart-in treasure robe, Chunzong was confident that he would be able to withstand the attack of an 11-star battle power. At most, he would suffer some minor injuries that would not be fatal. However, this was not enough. Chunzong did not come out of seclusion. Instead, he continued to cultivate in seclusion, comprehending the Supreme Lingwu technique. This was a minor magical power created by the Emperor Lingwu. It could combine the power of the qi cultivation realm and the body refining realm into a new type of pure power. It was called the power of Lingwu. The power of Lingwu could be used to enhance the qi cultivation realm or the body refining realm to enhance one's own strength. However, the Supreme Lingwu technique was only a minor magical power before, and it was no longer effective for him. Now, Chunzong wanted to develop it into a major magical power. With the Supreme Lingwu technique as the foundation, his amazing comprehension ability, and the vast memories and experiences of the Sword Master of Dongting, Chunzong had built a solid foundation. When he started comprehending, Chunzong even activated the mind 2 thoughts at once. This way, his comprehension would be faster and more efficient. Time passed slowly. In the outside world, the army of the barbarians did not disperse. Instead, they gathered in the North District as if they would start another war at any time. On the side of the human race, their battle teams could also gather at any time. The cruelty of war made people realize how tragic it was. Even if they did not want it, they could not avoid it. The standoff lasted for a few months. During this period, there were some small conflicts, but the casualties were not high. However, the reinforcements of the barbarians were coming from afar. The Tylo Star Zone was a star zone completely occupied by the barbarians. It had become their headquarters. For many years, the barbarians had been thriving there, constantly producing new warriors and sending them to various battle zones. This reinforcements had come from the Tylo Star Zone. Once they arrived, they would significantly increase the strength of the 9th Battle Zone, and the strength of the tribes in the 9th Battle Zone would increase greatly. The barbarians had reinforcements, and so did the human race. However, in comparison, the human race usually had fewer reinforcements. After all, the cultivation of the human race was too difficult. It often took a lot of time to cultivate from the lowest level to the spirit realm. On the contrary, the barbarians were blessed by the heavens. They were born with good fighting strength. It was much easier for them to grow to the warrior level than the human race. This was something that the human race could not compare with. If it were not for the fact that the barbarians did not have so many spirit realm warriors, and that the human race had so many spirit realm warriors, the human race would have been defeated by the barbarians. They would have lost many star zones. And once the barbarian race occupied more star fields and obtained more resources, they would be able to produce and train more warriors. Their military strength would increase greatly, and they would become even stronger. According to my estimation, the reinforcements of the barbarians will arrive in half a year. At that time, the barbarians will definitely start another war, which will be very unfavorable to us. The Shadowmas general was best at hiding and scouting. His voice was drifting with some indescribable heaviness. The human reinforcements were too few. In most cases, there were only a few. Compared to the barbarians, there was a huge gap. Can we intercept them? General Jean Long asked in a low voice. Before the reinforcements of the barbarians arrived, it would be best to intercept and kill them as soon as possible. Of course, it would be very difficult to intercept and kill the barbarians with limited forces. Based on the current situation, the barbarians should not start another war before the reinforcements arrive. They will not be able to bear the losses. General Qing Yun, who is the oldest and most experienced, said, "I suggest that we send the most elite team to intercept the reinforcements of the barbarians and cause as much trouble as possible. Even if we can't intercept and kill them, we should disturb them and delay their arrival. This will buy us more time." The 10 great generals began a heated discussion and put forward various opinions. For example, they could ask for reinforcements from the neighboring battle zones, but it was not feasible. In every battle zone, the human race and the barbarians had clashed many times and were almost evenly matched. For a time, no one could do anything to the other. However, if they sent too little reinforcements to other battle zones, it would be meaningless. If they sent too much reinforcements, it would definitely weaken them and give the barbarians an opportunity to take advantage of. As for giving up a battle zone, no one would be willing to do so unless there was no other choice. Giving up one battle zone meant that they might give up two, which might evolve into a vicious cycle that would keep spreading. After much discussion, they finally decided to adopt General Qing Yun's method, an elite team. The most elite team had to be small in number and strong in combat power. The final result was that each of the 10 battle teams would send an 11-star expert, led by a general, to secretly leave and bypass the northern region to intercept the reinforcements. As for which of the 10 generals to send out, General Han Shao was finally chosen because his combat power was second only to General Zhang Long. There was no doubt that he would be more confident in leading the team. The operation was very fast. The elite team was secretly formed. Other than the 10 generals, even the other members of the 10 battle teams did not know. They only vaguely knew that the 10 people were sent to carry out a secret mission. Since it was a secret mission, no one would know. This could be said to be the most luxurious team. Under the leadership of General Han Shao, They quietly left the battle fortress and disappeared in the southern region. As time passed, a figure sat cross-legged in the room. Wisps of unique aura lingered around him. The aura was like yin and yang, intertwining and colliding with each other. It was like water and fire colliding with each other. The power was the cultivation power of chi refinement and body refinement. The two powers were different. In order to merge them, it was like lightning and fire colliding endlessly. However, Chunzong tried again and failed. Gradually, with his superhuman comprehension and strong foundation, Chunzong finally found inspiration. The more he comprehended, the more Chunzong unconsciously sighed. The Emperor Lingwu was really monstrous to be able to create a supernatural power like the Supreme Lingwu technique. Although it was only at the level of a lesser supernatural power, its mystery was very shocking. Collisions, continuous collisions. Finally, the first strand of power appeared after the first collision. That power was not the power of chi refining cultivation, nor was it the power of body refining cultivation. Instead, it was an extremely pure and new power. It was much more powerful than the pure power of chi refining cultivation or body refining cultivation. This power gave Chunzong a familiar feeling. Chapter 2185. Little Rice Dumpling has become more powerful. In the 9th Battle Zone, north of the Isolation Zone, the barbarian tribe's army gathered again. They were obviously stronger than before because the barbarian tribe's reinforcements had arrived. Let's go. The barbarian flood dragon warrior waved his arm, and the army moved forward again. They crossed the Isolation Zone and entered the southern region again, heading straight for the battle fortress. There's still no news from General Han Chao, General Zhang Long said with a heavy expression. Humph, maybe Li Han Chao didn't even kill the barbarians and left with his elite team, General Yunshi said with a sharp voice. General Han Chao isn't that kind of person. General Qin Yun was the first to speak, denying General Yunshi's words. They had known each other for more than 100 years, and they all knew what kind of person Li Han Chao was. Humph. General Yunshi snorted and didn't say anything else. He actually knew Li Han Chao and knew that he wouldn't do such a thing. He was just used to making things difficult for Li Han Chao. The elite team that was sent to kill the barbarian tribe's reinforcements hadn't returned after half a year. There was no news at all, and no one knew how they were doing. On the contrary, the barbarian tribe's reinforcements that were about to be intercepted and killed arrived on time, and they attacked again. The barbarian tribe's army is here. Gather the teams and fight against the barbarians. The war had begun again, and everyone's heart was heavy. The 10 teams each lost an 11-star expert, and their overall strength dropped significantly. There were originally 10 generals, but because General Han Chao was missing, there were only 9 left. On the other hand, there was a barbarian flood dragon warrior among the reinforcements, which made the barbarian flood dragon warriors 10. The human side was once again at a disadvantage. Fight! Kill! All of a sudden, the humans were defeated by the barbarian tribe's army. The 9 generals were also at a disadvantage under the attacks of the 10 barbarian flood dragon warriors. General Zhang Long kept attacking, but he couldn't turn the situation around. After all, he was fighting 1 against 2. Even though he was very strong and could be called the number 1 battle fortress in the 9th battle zone, he couldn't defeat the 2 barbarians. Instead, his blood was boiling. Hearing the screams from time to time, General Zhang Long's heart was bleeding. Those were the elites of the human race. What the hell happened? Why didn't the general of the Cold Wave and the elite force with the strength of 11 stars return after they left? Why was there no news? Instead, the barbarian tribe's reinforcements arrived on time, allowing the barbarian tribe to start the war? What on earth happened in the middle of this? Could it be that General Han Chao had really left with his elite team instead of intercepting the barbarian reinforcements? Impossible. Based on his understanding of Li Han Chao over the years, it was impossible for him to do such a thing. His identity as a direct disciple of the Heavenly Will Palace wouldn't allow him to do such a thing. Since the ancient times, the Will Heavenly Palace had always strived for peace in the void. While there weren't many disciples, none of them would betray the human race unless they were possessed by a heart demon. Li Hanxiao didn't seem to be affected by the inner demons. It was too late to say anything now. The barbarian tribe's reinforcements had arrived. They had strengthened their army and were ready to attack again. The human side was in imminent danger. Originally, the two sides were evenly matched in the previous war. But now, the barbarians were the stronger side and the humans were the weaker side. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Under the attack of the barbarian tribe, the human side was retreating again and again. A figure rushed out of the fortress and immediately sensed the killing intent in the air. Chunzong frowned. Did the barbarians start another war? Just in time. I can test my current strength. With a flash of light in his eyes, Chunzong immediately turned into a stream of light and flew out at an astonishing speed. Not long after, Chunzong saw that the human race battle team had retreated into the middle circle. Kill. Riding on the sword light was extremely sharp. Chunzong saw at a glance that the human side was at a disadvantage. The barbarian tribe's army seemed to have not been depleted at all. The human side was at a disadvantage. In the sky, there were only 9 human generals. With Chunzong's eyesight, he could also see that the human generals were being suppressed and were retreating like the human team. Where's senior brother Han Xiao? Chunzong glanced around but did not see Li Hanxiao. He could not help but be stunned. The human team had retreated, while the barbarian tribe's army kept charging and approaching. Human sword cultivator, kill him. Suddenly, a group of barbarian tribe warriors saw Chunzong and their eyes lit up. Before the war started, the warriors had already given the order that whoever killed the human sword cultivator would get a chance to be baptized by the totem. The reward was effective. In an instant, they were like a group of sharks that had smelled blood. They rushed over murderously, ignoring the other human cultivators. Good. Chunzong's eyes flashed coldly. He unsheathed his long sword, and the sword light broke through the air. He was not afraid at all. Help Brother Chun. Yang Tianxing and Li Tianbing hurriedly said and rushed over with their team. But today, Chunzong was not the same as half a year ago. Kill. 2 minds at one. Lingwu Supreme Method. 7-fold Heart Fire. Taichu Sword Origin Body. Sect Returning Swords Technique. Forest of 1,000 trees. In an instant, hundreds of sword chi trees, more than 10 meters tall, fell from the sky. Each of them carried an extremely powerful force and was extremely sharp. Even if the Sect Returning Swords technique was not a killing technique, it still had a terrifying power, especially when Chunzong's combat strength had skyrocketed. The forest of 1,000 trees covered an area of a few hundred square meters. In an instant, hundreds of barbarian tribe warriors were directly killed. Under the extremely terrifying sword chi, they were shattered and annihilated. This attack directly shocked everyone around. 11-star. Chunzong's combat strength had surpassed the 10-star level and soared to the 11-star level. Yang Tianxing and Li Tianbing widened their eyes in disbelief. In less than a year, Chunzong's combat strength had soared to the 11-star level. Shocking. Indescribable shock. While the two of them were shocked, they immediately reacted and unleashed their combat strength to kill the barbarian tribe. Although the human side was retreating under the attack of the barbarian tribe army, a few human powerhouses continued to kill the barbarian tribe warriors. The feeling of killing hundreds of barbarian tribe warriors with one sword strike made Chunzong secretly excited. Sure enough, after comprehending the Lingwu Supreme method to the level of a grand magic, it was indeed useful to him. However, the Lingwu Supreme method that he comprehended was different from the Lingwu Supreme method that the Emperor Lingwu had before. The previous Lingwu Supreme method required him to condense and store his chi cultivation and body refining power in his body first, and unleash it when needed. Once it was exhausted, it could not be used again in battle and could only be condensed and stored after the battle. Now, the Lingwu Supreme method that he had derived was different. He did not need to condense and fuse the power in advance. When he needed to use it, he could fuse it directly, no matter when. That was because Chunzong used the mind two wills to drive the Lingwu Supreme method. He used one mind to control the qi cultivation power and the other to control the body refining power. Yin and yang mixed and fused into a new power, which was even more powerful. The sword light raged and killed again and again. With a sword in hand, he was invincible. The barbarian tribe warriors that surged like sharks fell one after another under Chunzong's sword. Kill, kill, kill. The mind two wills was a piece of cake for Chunzong with his enormous and tenacious mind power. The consumption of the mind two wills was also completely within his control. The barbarian tribe army was too powerful and directly suppressed the human side. Even though Chunzong's combat strength had greatly increased, he could not turn the tide. However, he could kill more barbarian tribe warriors. As he retreated, he attacked with his sword and killed continuously. Not long after, thousands of barbarian tribe warriors died under Chunzong's sword and turned into battle merits. The double battle merits made Chunzong's battle merits exceed 10,000 again. Retreat, retreat, retreat. They kept retreating from the middle ring to the inner ring. The human side suffered a lot of casualties, more than the barbarian tribe. However, around Chunzong, the sword light raged endlessly. In an instant, the sword Tao domain that originally covered hundreds of meters soared in an instant and directly covered a radius of 1,000 meters. Everything within 1,000 meters was suppressed. The 1,000-meter sword Tao domain was even more powerful. Whether it was the sect returning swords or the heart refining swords, the power was greatly increased. Heart refining swords. Sword 3. A sword broke through the air. In an instant, the sword light was extremely condensed and directly pierced through the bodies of 3 10-star barbarian tribe warriors. Sect returning swords. Picturesque mountains and rivers. The mountain of sword aura directly descended and suppressed all directions. The river of sword aura surged and surrounded, cutting everything around. The picturesque mountains and rivers directly suppressed everything within a radius of 1,000 meters. An 11-star barbarian tribe warrior was directly suppressed by the mountain of sword aura. The surrounding barbarian tribe warriors were directly cut by the river of sword aura and turned into ashes. Sword 3. The sword light pierced through the sky. The 11-star barbarian tribe warrior who was bursting with power to break free from the suppression of the mountain of sword aura could not dodge Chunzong's sword and was directly pierced through. Ultimate kill. An 11-star barbarian tribe warrior was killed with 2 swords. This scene was immediately shocking. If it was said that Chunzong had killed hundreds of barbarian warriors and a few 10-star warriors with 1 sword strike, it was only surprising but not shocking. However, now that he had killed an 11-star warrior with 2 swords, it was shocking to the soul. Killing an 11-star barbarian with 2 swords, such combat strength was definitely at the 11-star level. Moreover, it was at the peak of the 11-star level. Seeing this scene, all the 11-star barbarians were shocked. Lai Guang and Tian Gang of the Big Dipper battle team contracted their pupils. However, it was less than a year. How did Chunzong's combat strength increase so quickly and so shockingly? Lai Guang knew that even if he used all his strength, it would be difficult for him to do so. Only the captain, Tian Gang, had such ability. Tian Gang's heart was in a haze. Although he knew that this person was talented, it would definitely take him a long time to grow to the point where he could compete with him. He did not expect it to be so long. Unconsciously, a sense of crisis rose in his heart. At that time, he had humiliated Chunzong. The reason was very simple. He did not like him. Chapter 2186. With a sword in his hand, it was as if he had the help of God. Chunzong seemed to be possessed by the sword god. He was invincible. Good boy. Although General Zhang Long was at a disadvantage in a 1 versus 2 battle, he would not be defeated for the time being. He was still tenaciously holding on. He could not lose. If he lost, it would be a great blow to the morale of the humans. Therefore, no matter how difficult it was, he had to hold on. Now, Chunzong's appearance seemed to have injected a new force into the human side, bringing new hope. Perhaps he could not turn the tide, but at least he could give everyone some encouragement. Damned human, kill him. The barbarian warrior was furious. In the last battle, Chunzong had killed many 10-star warriors and an 11-star warrior. Now it was the same again. This would be a great blow to the morale of the barbarians. Sword 3. One sword pierced through everything. His power was extremely condensed and controlled at will. He attacked the weakest point of the barbarians and killed several 10-star warriors. Under Chunzong's control, the sword light drew a perfect arc in the blink of an eye and shot towards an 11-star demon barbarian warrior. This time, there were not only tens of thousands of barbarian warriors in the reinforcements, but there were also more than 50 10-star and 11-star warriors. This greatly increased the military strength of the barbarians. The human side did not receive any reinforcements. Naturally, they were at a disadvantage and kept retreating. But now, Chunzong's combat strength had exploded. He did not need to use one sword to kill a 10-star warrior. He only needed 2 or 3 swords to kill an 11-star warrior. He was like the Grim Reaper reaping the lives of the barbarians. To some extent, Chunzong relieved the pressure on the human side. If one paid close attention, they would find that although the human side was still retreating, the speed of their retreat was much slower than before Chunzong's arrival. Since Chunzong's arrival, thousands of barbarian warriors had died under his sword. There were also 12 10-star warriors and 2 11-star warriors. In the air, an extremely terrifying attack blasted downwards. That was the attack of a demon barbarian warrior, targeting Chunzong. Don't even think about it. General Zhanlong immediately intercepted the attack. No matter what, he could not allow Chunzong to be attacked by the demon barbarian warrior. Chunzong was very vigilant and immediately dodged into the midst of the barbarian army. That way, the barbarian braves wouldn't be able to lock onto him. Alone with a single sword, he charged into the enemy's camp and was invincible. Kill him. Kill this human sword cultivator. Human sword cultivators must die. The demon barbarian warriors were furious. 3 11-star demon barbarian warriors immediately attacked from different directions, while the other demon barbarian warriors retreated quickly. If an 11-star fighter wasn't a match for him, then what about 3? When the 3 of them worked together, their power was even more terrifying. Moreover, the barbarians could burn their totem power and release a terrifying attack that was twice as powerful. Even if they had to pay with their lives, they had to kill this human sword cultivator and get rid of a great threat. After all, in the last war, this human clan sword cultivator was only at the 10-star level, but he had already killed an 11-star level. Now, after half a year, this human clan sword cultivator had already reached the 11-star level, and he was at the peak of the 11-star level, which was terrifying. If this situation continued, it was impossible to imagine how much he would grow in another decade or a century. In the future, he would most likely become another Northway Sirius. Northway Sirius was the nightmare of the barbarians. He had caused a lot of casualties to the barbarians. If it hadn't been for Northway Sirius, more of the Allo-Star system would have fallen into the hands of the barbarians. This human sword cultivator's talent and potential were amazing. He was expected to become the second Northway Sirius. Therefore, they had to eliminate him as soon as possible before that day came. Even now, they would not hesitate to pay a price. Otherwise, when he grew up in the future, they would have to pay a price hundreds or thousands of times more to get rid of him. They had already suffered a great loss from Northdow Sirius in this regard. Burn! In an instant, the 3 11-star warriors of the barbarians all burned their totem power, releasing a burst of dazzling fire, as if they had turned into 3 small blazing suns. Astonishing fluctuations of aura constantly surged from their bodies, rushing in all directions. It was extremely powerful. Under the impact of the 3 terrifying auras, a sense of death filled the air. The absolute aura made Chunzong's heart skip a beat as if he was facing death. The attack of an 11-star barbarian warrior who burned his totem power was too powerful and terrifying. Moreover, there were 3 of them. It had to be said that the barbarians were surprisingly bold. They were willing to sacrifice 3 11-star warriors in exchange for Chunzong's life. No matter whether they could kill Chunzong or not, the 3 of them would die. An intense sense of danger assaulted Chunzong like a storm. 3 extremely frightening attacks with dazzling light blasted over, causing Chunzong to feel even more pressured and somewhat excited at the same time. His blood was boiling with excitement. Putting everything else aside, Chunzong was a sword cultivator. He was a sword cultivator who would become stronger when facing a strong opponent. Boom! 3 terrifying attacks that were like falling suns came crashing down. Great Zhou Sword Realm. In an instant, the Sword Tao domain shrank to 10 meters. The Extreme Heart phaseless sword dispersed in an instant, turning into countless sword lights and combining with the Sword Tao domain. Sword Chi circled and wandered in all directions. In an instant, it blocked the desperate attacks of the 3 11-star warriors who burned their totem power. The Great Zhou Sword Realm only caved in inwardly, but it was not broken. It was blocked. If it was before, Chunzong would definitely not be able to block such a powerful attack. But now he had upgraded the supreme spiritual martial arts technique to the level of a great divine power and completely turned it into his own divine power. He had combined the power of his chi cultivation stage and body refinement stage into an even more powerful and brand new power, allowing his combat strength to break through the limit and reach the level of an 11-star combat strength. The defensive power of the Great Zhou Sword Realm displayed by an 11-star level was even more shocking. Chunzong did not know whether it could block the attack of a 12-star Super Realm Warrior, but he was 100% sure that it could block the attack of an 11-star Super Realm Warrior. The 3 extremely terrifying attacks, which were like meteors that could destroy the world, did not break Chunzong's Great Zhou Sword Realm, nor did they cause any damage to Chunzong. I can't accept this. The 3 11-star warriors roared. They had burned their totem power and sacrificed their lives in exchange for Chunzong's life. But in the end, they could not do it. Death. Because of Chunzong, another 3 11-star warriors died. There were 5 of them in total. It was a very heavy loss. The value of an 11-star warrior was far more than that of other warriors. It was more than 1,000 times more valuable. Among the 12-star level, the 10-star level was the easiest to achieve. Many talented people had the chance to break through the shackles and reach the 10-star level when they were at the 9th revolution of the Tao controlling realm. It was even more difficult to break through the 11-star level. Out of 100 10-star warriors, there might not be one 11-star warrior. As for the 12-star level, it was very rare. It was many times more difficult than 11-star level. At least in the number 9 battle zone, there was no 12-star warrior. It was not just a matter of talent. For example, the captain of the Big Dipper battle team, Big Dipper, was extremely talented. But the upper limit was the peak of 11-star level. Although he was eager to break through to the 12-star level, he could not do it. Bastard. One of the warriors cursed Chunzong in human language. They lost 3 11-star warriors all of a sudden, including the one that was directly killed by Chunzong. There were 5 of them. It was a heavy loss. It was even heavier than losing one of the warriors. After all, if an 11-star warrior broke through to the hero level, it was not impossible for him to grow into an 11-star warrior in the future. The warrior level, or rather the Tao controlling realm, was like the foundation. It meant the upper limit of one's combat power in the future. If a 10-star warrior's combat power was the upper limit in the Tao controlling realm, then a 10-star warrior's combat power would at most reach the 10-star level in the Yuanming realm. But if one had a great opportunity, it was possible to break through the shackles and reach the 11-star level. But it was very difficult. Hold them back. General Zhanlong roared and unleashed his power again. He desperately used his power to block the warriors so that they could not free themselves to attack Chunzong. The other great generals were all fighting one-on-one. Even if they couldn't defeat the demonic barbarian hero, it wouldn't be difficult for them to stall him. As long as the warriors were held back so that they could not attack Qinzong, the other warriors would not be able to do anything to Qinzong. On the contrary, Qinzong seemed to be possessed by the sword god with his sword in hand. He killed again and again, causing the barbarians to suffer heavy losses. What was incredible was that when the warriors could not attack Qinzong and roared again and again, the human army stopped retreating and blocked the attacks of the barbarians. On the contrary, the morale of the barbarians was greatly affected because their 10-star warriors, especially 11-star warriors, had suffered heavy losses. Sect Returning Swords Technique. Forest of 1,000 trees. With a swing of the sword chi condensed into a tree and fell from the sky, suppressing a radius of 1,000 meters and killing many more barbarian warriors. There was no lack of top-notch 11-star warriors in the barbarian army, but there were not many of them. Moreover, they were locked in a fierce battle with Tiangang and the other 11-star warriors of the Tiangang battle squad. They could not free themselves to deal with Qinzong. This was because if they were to free themselves to deal with Qinzong, they would have to give up on their current opponents. But their current opponents were not weak and would also cause great losses to the barbarians. For a moment, the barbarians were in a dilemma. They originally thought that the arrival of the reinforcements could defeat the human army and completely take over the number 9 battle zone, but they found that they had only caused more losses. This was because there was a top-notch 11-star warrior on the human side. It was the swordsman who could kill 11-star warriors when he was only at the 10-star level. Chapter 2187. Retreat. The army of the barbarian tribe retreated again. Although there were more than 10,000 warriors as reinforcements, the human side lost another 10 11-star experts and a general. Under the attack of the barbarian tribe, the human side retreated from the outer ring to the middle ring and almost to the inner ring. The human side suffered far more casualties than the barbarian tribe. Many 11-star human experts could only barely hold on when fighting against 2 barbarian tribe warriors. It was difficult for them to fight back. However, Qinzong showed up and his combat strength increased greatly. The attacking power of his swordsmanship was top-notch among 11-star experts, and so was his defensive power. He killed 10-star and 11-star warriors one after another. The barbarian tribe could not bear the losses and had to retreat, because if they did not retreat, Qinzong was likely to kill all the 10-star and 11-star warriors on the barbarian tribe's side. At that time, even if they could kill more human experts, they could not do anything to Qinzong, unless the barbarian warriors could help them. However, it was a pity that there were only 10 demon barbarian warriors. They were being held back by the 9 human cultivators with all their strength. So, they couldn't get away. It sounded unbelievable, but it was the truth. Even if General Hanqiao was not there, the human side was not much inferior to the barbarian tribe in terms of the combat strength of the barbarian warriors. Although the barbarian tribe had its unique talent, the human experts also had their own means. It was not impossible for them to hold back the barbarian warriors without caring about their own injuries so that they could not get away to deal with Qinzong, unless there were a few more barbarian warriors. However, it was already good enough that one barbarian warrior led 10,000 warriors as reinforcements. After all, there were so many battle zones that needed reinforcements. At the same time, the barbarian tribe's reinforcements were limited. Without Qinzong, whose combat strength had increased, the human side would have retreated to the battle fortress in this battle. With the battle fortress might have been breached in the end, and the number 9 battle zone would have been completely occupied by the barbarian tribe. However, Qinzong was a variable. He deduced the supreme Linwu method to the level of a grand magic and combined it with the Heart Sutra. He used the Heart Sutra and the Heart Sutra to control it, turning it into a secret method that was free of its original mystery. It could be used by him to increase his combat strength to the 11-star level. In fact, Qinzong's combat strength was still at the 10-star level. His 11-star combat strength was only brought by the supreme Lingwu method. Anyway, it was Chunzong's ability. He turned the tide with his sword. Chunzong had accomplished an incomparably shocking feat. Although the barbarian tribe, the barbarian tribe, the barbarian tribe, the barbarian tribe, the barbarian war, the barbarian tribe. Now, the human race had not been defeated, and neither had the barbarian tribe. This time, the barbarian tribe had suffered a great loss, but the human race had suffered a greater loss. In the battle fortress, the injured cultivators were recuperating. The 9 Supremes generals were having a discussion in the conference hall. They discussed the battle and how to deal with it in the future. In addition, they discussed the rewards. In this battle, Chunzong turned the tide. His contribution is indispensable. He should be greatly rewarded. General Zhang Long said in a low voice, "I suggest that Chunzong be rewarded with 10,000 battle merits." 10,000 battle merits. The other generals all pondered. That's right. If it weren't for Chunzong, we would have suffered a great loss. 10,000 battle merits is reasonable. General Zhang Long said in a low voice, "If it weren't for our authority, we could only reward him with 10,000 battle merits at once. It could be even more." This time, General Yanxi did not refute, because Chunzong's contribution could not be denied. The generals acted quickly. After General Zhanglong's proposal was unanimously approved, 10,000 battle merits were transferred into Chunzong's battle order as quickly as possible. 10,000 battle merits. Chunzong was secretly shocked. Before this, the 2 battles had brought him more than 10,000 battle merits. Now, he had more than 20,000 battle merits, which he could use. As for the 10,000 battle merits that he had already used, he had a total of 30,000 battle merits. His master, Wholehearted Dao Lord, had set him a reward of 100,000 battle merits. Now he had completed a considerable part of it, faster than he had imagined. In this way, it might not take too long to obtain 100,000 battle merits. Chunzong opened the exchange interface to check. Previously, he had used the 10,000 battle merits to exchange for his avatar of the force of heaven and earth in the Eternal Fortress. Now, the avatar had refined and absorbed the force of heaven and earth, which had significantly improved his potential and cultivation. Now that he had more than 20,000 battle merits, of course, he would use them to exchange for some treasures to enhance his battle strength. The most basic thing was undoubtedly treasures that could improve his cultivation. After all, his strength was his foundation. As for other treasures, in terms of defense, he had the Heart Seal Treasure Coat. Chunzong increasingly felt that the Heart Seal Treasure Coat was extraordinary. Not only could it devour attacks, but it could also heal injuries and resist attacks. It was a life-saving weapon. In terms of attack, he had the Supreme Heart Phaseless Sword, which was also extraordinary. Compared to the Heart Seal Treasure Coat, each had its own merits. Perhaps it was not as good as the Heart Seal Treasure Coat now, but the Supreme Heart Phaseless Sword was his natal magic weapon. It could constantly grow and strengthen as he improved. Its potential was limitless. Chunzong quickly searched and finally locked onto 2 types of treasures, which were also 2 types of divine medicines. One was a qi refining magic medicine, and the other was a body refining magic medicine. The supreme Lingwu method that Chunzong had deduced was driven by the mind 2 wills. It required the cultivation of qi refining magic and body refining magic to be equal for it to be effective. It was also a kind of restriction. If the cultivation of qi refining magic and body refining magic were not equal, it would affect the performance of the supreme Lingwu method. Therefore, in order to improve, it was best to improve both at the same time. The qi refining magic medicine was called the Void Origin Fruit. It was the fruit of the Void Saint Origin tree. It only bore fruit once every 1,000 years. Every time it bore fruit, it would last for 9 days. If it was not plucked after 9 days, it would melt into the void. One origin fruit required 10,000 battle merits, which was very shocking. Of course, its effect was also very good. As for the body refining magic medicine, It was called the Crimson Dragon Blood. It was not real dragon blood, but just a name. The Crimson Dragon Blood contained extremely pure and boundless power of blood essence. It was most suitable for refining one's body. It was a treasure on the same level as the origin fruit. Therefore, it also required 10,000 battle merits. Without hesitation, Chunzong paid 20,000 battle merits for the origin fruit and the Crimson Dragon Blood. Then, he found that these two treasures were gone. In other words, they were the last of his stock. Of course, there were treasures better than the origin fruit and the Crimson Dragon Blood. However, they required 50,000 battle merits, which was very shocking. One was 50,000 battle merits, and two were 100,000 battle merits. Although his speed of gaining battle merits was not slow, it still required a lot of time. It was better to exchange for the origin fruit and the Crimson Dragon Blood to enhance his strength first. Only when his fighting strength was stronger could he gain more battle merits. The treasures were not stored in the battle fort. However, there was a receiving formation in the battle fort. Therefore, through the receiving formation, the exchanged treasures would be sent to him in the shortest time possible. From the time Chunzong exchanged to the arrival of the two treasures, it had only been 2 hours. The origin fruit was cyan in color. It contained bits of starlight, which gave it a magnificent feeling. It seemed to contain an astonishing amount of original power. The Void Original Power was a high-level power, which was useful to the spirit realm. As for the power contained in the Void Coin, although it was also useful to the spirit realm, it would consume a lot of energy to cultivate with the Void Coin. Especially when one's cultivation base was higher, the effect of the Void Coin would be weaker. The Crimson Dragon Blood was a piece of crystal. It was crimson red, as if there was blood slowly rotating in it. It emitted an extremely shocking aura. After looking at it for a while, Chunzong ate the origin fruit and began to refine it. As soon as the yuan fruit entered his stomach, it was immediately crushed by the 11th layer of the primordial sword energy technique. It turned into a pure and majestic energy that surged out like waves. It was endless and unending as it engulfed his entire body. Chunzong's cultivation base was at the beginning of the 7th level of the Tao manipulation realm. Under the majestic power of the origin fruit, it began to increase rapidly. The 11th level of the primordial sword origin technique was refining at an astonishing speed. Soon, Chunzong's aura expanded and exploded. The middle of the 7th level of the Tao manipulation realm. However, there was still a lot of the original power from the origin fruit, which was surging in his body. 10,000 battle merits was extremely shocking. The origin fruit that could only be exchanged for 10,000 battle merits was certainly extraordinary. It could not only increase one's cultivation base by a little. The second breakthrough, late stage of the 7th level of the Tao manipulation realm. Soon, Chunzong ushered in his third breakthrough. He was at the peak of the 7th level of the Tao manipulation realm. He reached the limit and stopped there. The power of the yuan fruit had not been completely consumed. There was still some left, but Chunzong could not continue to break through. This was because the next breakthrough required comprehension. It was the comprehension of the Great Tao. The origin fruit strengthened one's cultivation base, not the Great Path. However, as long as his cultivation base broke through to the 8th level of the Tao manipulation realm, then the remaining power of the origin fruit would be refined and absorbed to strengthen his cultivation base and advance further. Next, it was time to refine the Crimson Dragon Blood and raise his cultivation base. Breaking the surface of the crystal, Chunzong smelled an indescribable fishy smell that made his blood surge and flow faster. Without hesitation, Chunzong sucked the Crimson Dragon Blood into his mouth and swallowed it. It turned into a boiling hot current that quickly spread throughout his body. Chunzong felt as if he had swallowed a stream of magma. It was incomparably hot. His entire body was heating up from the inside out. His skin was also rapidly turning red. Steam continued to rise, turning into white mist that spiraled upwards and permeated the surroundings. His entire body felt as if it was burning. The power of the crimson dragon blood kept merging into his body. Qinzong did not have any body tempering techniques at the moment. However, the strength of his divine world body allowed him to fully absorb the power of the crimson dragon blood and turn it into his own to strengthen himself. Middle stage of the 7th level of the divine body realm. Late stage of the 7th level of the divine body realm. 7th stage of the 7th level of the divine body realm. 7th stage of the 7th level of the divine body realm. Chapter 2188. Even though the Big Dipper battle team had lost an 11-star expert, they were still the number 1 battle team in the 9th battle zone. In the camp of the Big Dipper battle team, the captain of the Big Dipper battle team was silent with a solemn expression. The other 11-star expert, Lai Guang, was the same. For a moment, there was complete silence. In the previous battle, the performance of Chun Zong, the successor disciple of the Heavenly Palace, was shocking. However, there were some conflicts between the Big Dipper battle team and him. It was all because Big Dipper did not like Qinzong. Now, Qinzong's growth was completely out of Big Dipper's expectation. With the strength that Qinzong had displayed in the previous battle, it was enough to pose a threat to the Big Dipper battle team. If you dare to come, don't think about leaving easily. Finally, Big Dipper revealed a deep, cold smile. Let me see how you're going to make me unable to leave easily. Suddenly, a voice drifted in from outside. It was neither fast nor slow, like clouds and smoke. It also seemed to have a trace of indescribable sharpness like sword chi. It broke through the air, causing the faces of the Big Dipper battle team to change drastically. The sound of even footsteps could be heard. Then, a straight figure stepped through the air like a sharp sword. Qinzong, you still dare to come? Lai Guang suddenly stood up and stared at Qinzong. His eyes narrowed slightly as a cold light circulated in his eyes. Previously, he personally went to invite Qinzong with his 11-star combat strength. It was to give Qinzong face. In the end, he was rejected by Qinzong. He was furious, but he did not take action because it was not suitable for him to do so. He did not expect that the other party would dare to come. The Big Dipper battle team is not a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Even if it is, it's nothing. Why wouldn't I dare to come? Qinzong smiled and said casually, Qinzong, I admit that I've underestimated you. Heavenly Dipper stood up. His muscular body exuded a fearsome pressure that permeated the surroundings, causing the air to be repelled. It was like a mountain capable of suppressing everything. His voice was low and deep, containing an indescribable tyranny. Now, I admit that your combat prowess is qualified to be compared to my Heavenly Dipper battle team. If you join the Heavenly Dipper battle team, you can become the vice captain. You think too much. I'm here today to pay you back for the slap you gave me that day. Qinzong smiled, but a cold light shot out from his eyes like a sharp sword. You got guts. Lai Guang took a step forward. Without another word, he pointed out with his finger. In an instant, a blazing fire gathered at the tip of his finger and condensed into an extremely condensed finger force. It pierced through the air and shot toward Qinzong. This attack contained all of Lai Guang's power. Its speed was astonishing, extremely fast, and merciless. The strength of an 11-star level was fully displayed. In the past, Qinzong could only use the great heavenly cycle sword realm to defend against this attack. But now, there was no need to do so. Two minds at one. Ling Wu Supreme Technique. He didn't even need to use the secret technique of Heart Flame or activate the power of the Taichu sword origin body. This was because his cultivation had been raised from the early stage 7th transformation Dao controlling realm and the early stage 7th transformation divine body realm to the limit. He was only a hair's breadth away from the 8th transformation or 8th transformation. The sword light suddenly flashed. It was extremely condensed and it shot out directly. Sword mantra of heart refinement. Sword 3. Qinzong didn't plan to hold back when he attacked Lai Guang. The moment the sword light flashed, it lit up the surroundings. It made it difficult for everyone to look at it directly. Even the Big Dipper had to squint his eyes. Lai Guang's expression suddenly changed. This sword made him feel threatened. However, Chun Zong's sword was extremely fast and without any warning. In an instant, Lai Guang's finger force was shattered. The sword light rushed forward like a hot knife through butter. It pierced through everything and was invincible. Defeated, Lai Guang screamed. A burst of extremely dazzling fire swept up all over his body. It was as if he was burning. He immediately retreated without hesitation. Lai Guang, as his name suggested, was astonishingly fast. He was as swift as light. Even though he retreated in time, he was still affected by the sword aura of Chun Zong's sword. His cheek was slightly scratched, and it stung slightly. Chun Zong didn't make a second attack because the Big Dipper had already taken a step forward. An extremely terrifying aura burst out without any concealment. It was as if a mountain torrent had erupted. It directly rushed towards Chun Zong. Lai Guang's eyes flashed with a touch of fear and trepidation. Almost. Just a little bit. He would have been pierced by Chun Zong's sword. I hope that this matter will end here. The Big Dipper's eyes were cold. He stared at Chun Zong like a dark abyss. His voice was low, like the growl of a beast king with an indescribable threat. The identity of the top 11-star level expert and the leader of the #1 battle team, the Big Dipper battle team, gave him incomparable confidence. It was a kind of belief that was conveyed through his voice. It formed an invisible deterrent to the surroundings. Unfortunately, this deterrent was ineffective against Chun Zong. It didn't have the slightest effect. You think too highly of yourself. As soon as Chun Zong's voice fell, his sword pierced through the air. That day, the Big Dipper humiliated him and even hit him with a palm. That palm should be returned with a sword. Since that's the case, I won't be merciful this time. A touch of anger flashed in the Big Dipper's eyes. He made a move. Like a furious thunderbolt, his 5 fingers closed together and raised his palm. It was as if a vast mountain was condensed, vigorous and heavy. It condensed an incomparably domineering power and suddenly pushed it forward. This palm seemed slow, but it contained an incomparably vast and shocking power. It was vigorous to the extreme. Compared to before, it was more than a few times stronger. This was because this palm was made by the Big Dipper's full power. The sword aura was directly shattered. 7 layers of heart fire ignite. The power of the absolute beginning sword origin explode. Her perception activated. In an instant, Chun Zong's combat strength surged to the extreme. Sword art of heart refining to 1. Sword 3. This was Chun Zong's full power sword. Compared to the battle, it was even more powerful. This was because Chun Zong's chi cultivation and body refining cultivation had improved considerably. Penetrate. Unsurprisingly, the palm of the Big Dipper was immediately penetrated. The sword aura pierced through the air and stabbed, causing the Big Dipper's expression to change drastically. His pupils shrank to the size of needles. The Big Dipper battle technique. With a low roar, the Big Dipper's arms shook. An endless and shocking aura suddenly gushed out of his strong body. Each aura was extremely domineering and filled with astonishing power. In an instant, the Big Dipper's combat strength soared by several times. Boom! The palm blasted out again. There seemed to be no extra changes. There was only an incomparably domineering power that was unstoppable and could destroy everything. The palm force condensed like a mountain, causing Chun Zong to feel heavy pressure. The #1 Dao controlling realm combat strength of the human race in the 9th battle zone was indeed worthy of the title. Chun Zong couldn't help but nod secretly. But now, this title was about to be changed. 5 intents of one mind. In an instant, Chun Zong consumed even more of the power of his mind. Sword 3 pierced through the air. Among them, 1 mind and 2 intents were used to perform the supreme Lingwu technique, while the other 1 mind and 3 intents were used to perform Sword 3. The 3 sword auras connected at the top and turned into a straight line that pierced through the air first. The first sword aura collided with the palm print and dissipated in the next breath. But the second sword aura followed and dissipated with the palm print. The third sword, Aura, arrived with irresistible force. There was no way to dodge. The Big Dipper could only forcibly mobilize his strength to resist. After all, that palm strike just now had used up all of his strength, which was why it had such terrifying power. His defense was penetrated, and so was the armor on his body. The Big Dipper barely moved to dodge, but his shoulder was inevitably pierced. When the sword Aura disappeared, the Big Dipper took a few steps back, and blood kept flowing out of his shoulder. Captain, seeing that the Big Dipper was actually at a disadvantage and injured, the expressions of the other members of the Big Dipper battle team changed drastically. They immediately surrounded Chunzong. Chunzong sneered and stared at the Big Dipper, and a trace of killing intent shot out from his eyes. This time, he was only here to repay the Big Dipper's sword. But if the Big Dipper battle team did not let him off, a huge battle would be inevitable, and it would be a battle of life and death. With sufficient battle strength and the protection of the Heart-in treasure garment, Chunzong was fearless. Stop! The muscles in the Big Dipper's shoulder contracted, clamping the wound tightly to stop the blood from flowing out. With a cold expression, he shouted, "Let him go." Only then did the others unwillingly disperse from the encirclement. "I've returned this sword. The grudge between us is settled." Chunzong stared at the Big Dipper. Then he said in a neither fast nor slow manner, "But if you guys aren't willing to settle this, then draw a line. At that time, it won't be a grudge, but a life and death battle." After saying that, Chunzong turned around and strode out of the Big Dipper battle team's camp. Just as he had said, the Big Dipper had hit him that day. Today, he returned the favor with a sword. The grudge between them was settled. However, if Tiangang didn't give up and wanted to deal with him, then it wouldn't be a matter of grudges anymore. It would be a matter of life and death. They would have to consider the consequences themselves, whether it was worth it or not. Seeing Chunzong leave, the Big Dipper's expression was gloomy, and he did not say a word. The air was filled with an astonishing, oppressive aura, as if a storm was coming, as if lightning was about to show its power to destroy the world. After a while, the Big Dipper's expression kept changing. Finally, he exhaled, and his whole body seemed to relax. "This matter ends here. Don't make an enemy out of this person," the Big Dipper said in a deep voice. He was not afraid, but he was very wary because Chunzong's talent was too shocking. How long had it been? And his battle strength had already reached such a level, surpassing the Big Dipper battle team. Moreover, the other party's cultivation had not reached the 9th transformation Dao controlling realm. In other words, the other party's battle strength still had a lot of room for improvement. In the future, he might even have the battle strength of a 12-star Super Realm expert. As for the Big Dipper battle team, he had already reached his limit. A 12-star battle team's battle strength was simply an extravagant hope, unless he had a fortuitous encounter. No matter how he looked at it, there was no need to continue being enemies with the other party. That would not do him any good and would instead be detrimental. The grudge between them was settled. Hearing the Big Dipper battle team's words, the other members of the Big Dipper battle team were silent. Based on their understanding of their captain, he would definitely not be willing to suffer a loss. But this time, he had swallowed his pride. This could only mean that their captain was wary of the other party. Thinking about it, the other party was indeed a person worth being wary of. Walking out of the Big Dipper battle team's camp, Chunzong felt refreshed, and the knot in his heart had disappeared. His mind was clear, and he could feel that the surrounding Yuan Qi seemed to be more active than usual. Chapter 2189 Battle Zone 9, Northern Tribe. 10 savage beasts and barbarians sat in the tribe. The atmosphere was tense. They had launched 2 wars in succession just to kill the sword cultivator of the human clan, who was a great potential threat, and to destroy the human clan's battle team, to completely occupy the number 9 battle zone. But in the end, all of them ended in failure. Moreover, the losses were huge. The human sword cultivator's threat level had increased. We must get rid of that human sword cultivator as soon as possible, one of the savage beasts and barbarians said in a low voice. That's right. The human sword cultivator has great potential. If we wait a little longer, he might become a warrior. It'll be almost impossible for us to kill him then. Do we have to expose that human? We have to expose him as a last resort. I have another way. Don't expose that human for now and continue to hide. A cold light flashed across the savage dragon warrior's eyes. I've already asked for reinforcements. Let's invite a 12-star warrior. 12-star. All the savage beasts and barbarians were shocked. 12-star was the limit of one's combat strength. It was very difficult to reach that level. Even among the barbarian demons, there were very few experts with 12-star combat strength. Most of them were from the royal barbarian dragons, and a few of them were from the barbarian dragon tribe. As for the other tribes, very few of them had 12-star combat strength. A 12-star warrior's status was definitely higher than that of the 1-star and 2-star warriors. That's right. 11-star warriors can't deal with that human sword cultivator. We'll be stopped if we try, the savage dragon warriors said. So, let's invite a 12-star warrior to come and send a letter of challenge to the human sword cultivator. Send a letter of challenge to the human sword cultivator and fight to the death. This was indeed a good idea. If the human race didn't agree, they would start another war. The human race had already experienced a shocking number of casualties and wouldn't want to start another war. Plus, the human race hadn't received any effective reinforcements. If they started another war, they might not be able to hold on. Of course, even if they could defeat the human race, the savage beasts would suffer great losses. Therefore, the humans were unwilling to start another war, and the same went for the barbarians. However, if the human clan was unwilling to accept the challenge, they could only start a third war and kill the human clan sword cultivator in the midst of the chaos. However, it was undoubtedly more difficult to kill the other party in a war. After all, the situation was relatively chaotic, and there was a possibility of failure. Sending out a letter of challenge was a direct battle to the death. Without the interference of others, the possibility of being killed was the highest. In order to ensure that the life and death duel can succeed, we still need that human to exert some strength. It had to be said that the barbarian tribe acted very quickly. A letter of challenge was quickly delivered to the human race and General Jean Long. The 9 Supremes generals had gathered once again. As for the Frost-Tide general, he had yet to return. What do you all think? General Jean Long asked after reading the letter of challenge. The war cannot be started again. The Azure Cloud general frowned as he spoke in a low voice. In the 2 wars, the human race had lost more than 20,000 people. There were less than half of the cultivators left. Without reinforcements, the overall strength of the human race had decreased greatly. If another war broke out, it was likely that more than 10,000 people would die. It was a great loss. Perhaps when the third war began, the barbarians would not care about their own losses, and the human race would very likely be defeated. Of course, the barbarian tribe did not specify what level of combat power they would send out in the letter challenge. They only said that they would send out warriors. If the barbarian tribe had sent out 12-star warriors, the situation would be different. 12-star combat power was the top combat power. It was extremely terrifying. This was a small trick that the barbarians played. In the end, they voted. Of the 9 Supremes generals, 6 expressed that they did not want to start another war. 2 gave up on voting, and 1 said that they would fight if they wanted. Informed Chunzong. We still need to ask for his opinion. General Jean Long sighed in a low voice. The barbarian tribe's letter of challenge named Chunzong, the human clan sword cultivator. As the person involved, Chunzong naturally had the right to make the decision. If Chunzong was unwilling, none of them could force him. After all, Chunzong was the true disciple of the Heavenly Palace. He was not an ordinary true disciple, but an elite true disciple. He was the 5th true disciple of the Xiandao Lord. He also had a famous senior brother, who was a nightmare in the eyes of the barbarians. If they dared to force him, the consequences were not something they could bear. In 3 months, we will fight to the death. Chunzong looked at the letter of challenge in his hand and narrowed his eyes. The date of the barbarian tribe's letter of challenge was 3 months later. The two sides of the battle were the barbarian tribe's warriors, who did not state their star level, and Chunzong. Chunzong was thinking, in 3 months, his cultivation might be able to break through to a higher level, such as the 8th transformation of the Tao Control Realm or the 8th transformation of the Divine Body Realm. After all, his Qi cultivation and body cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th transformation. He could break through with some more comprehension. Once he broke through to the 8th transformation and 8th transformation, Chunzong believed that his battle strength would reach an even higher level if he used the supreme technique of the spiritual martial arts when his Qi disciple and body disciple were at the same level. Of course, Chunzong was not sure if he could reach the 12-star level, because there was a big gap between the 12-star level and the 11th-star level. However, the strong defensive power of the Sword Realm of Great Cycle might be able to resist the attack of the 12-star level. Then, he would accept this battle. Warriors had nothing to fear. Chunzong agreed, which was a good thing for the 9 Supreme Generals. If Chunzong refused, they would not know what to do. Since they could not force him, they could only persuade Chunzong. We'll jointly apply that if Chunzong wins the life and death battle 3 months later, we'll reward him with 30,000 battle merits, General Zhang Long said in a low voice with a hint of excitement. The highest reward authority for the generals in the Light War Zone was 10,000 battle merits, and it had to be approved by the majority of the generals. As for the reward of more than 10,000 battle merits, it had to be approved by the higher-ups. It was not easy. Stronger experts had to come and check the situation and make a judgment based on the situation. 3 months was more than enough time. Chunzong, the 5th true disciple of the Heart Palace of the Heart Palace, it's his junior fellow apprentice. I wonder how he compares to him. The middle-aged man in a black robe seemed to be shuttling through the void. He leaped into the sky at an amazing speed and directly entered the Aloe Star Zone, flying in the direction of the 9th War Zone. His speed was extremely fast, comparable to the full speed of a high-class void airship. It did not take long for He Guang to enter the Aloe Star Zone. Even though the void in the Aloe Star Zone was chaotic and unsuitable for shuttling, it could not stop He Guang from slowing down his speed. There were hundreds of war zones in the Aloe Star Zone. There was a gap between each war zone. Some of the gaps were larger, while others were smaller. The 9th War Zone was not located in the depths of the Aloe Star Zone, nor was it located in the center of the zone. It was located in the outskirts. The Light War Zones were usually located in the outskirts. The Medium War Zones were located in the depths. As for the Heavy War Zones, they were located in the deepest parts. With He Guang's astonishing speed, it was not difficult to reach the 9th War Zone after entering the Aloe Star Zone. Soon, he entered the 9th War Zone and went straight to the fortress. In the meeting hall of the battle fortress, there were a total of 10 figures. 9 of them were the 9 great generals of the battle fortress, and one of them was a middle-aged man in a black robe. His aura was restrained, but he would inadvertently give off strands of indescribable power, as if he was constantly suppressing the surroundings. Even General Zhang Long was respectful in front of the middle-aged man in a black robe. It seemed like he did not even dare to breathe loudly. They were also extremely shocked. They had never thought that the application of 30,000 battle merits would make such a great figure personally come. "Where's Chunzong?" the middle-aged man in a black robe asked directly. "Chunzong is in seclusion, doing his best to increase his battle prowess," General Zhang Long replied respectfully. "All right, tell me about the situation in this war zone," the middle-aged man in a black robe said casually. General Zhang Long immediately explained everything in detail. The middle-aged man in a black robe only listened without saying anything. Everything is as usual. After he said that, the middle-aged man in a black robe disappeared in a flash. His purpose in coming here was not to contribute to the 9th War Zone. The upper limit of the battle prowess in a light war zone was the Yuan underworld level. Furthermore, it would not exceed the 3-star level. This seemed to be an unspoken rule between the human race and the barbarian race. It was something that was not openly stated. However, if one side violated the rule, the other side would retaliate and cause chaos, causing unpredictable consequences and losses. Neither the human race nor the barbarian race was willing to bear such uncontrollable consequences and losses. Rules that were not considered rules had to be obeyed. They could not bear the consequences of breaking them. In the north of the northern district of the No. 9 Theater of Operations, there was a blazing black-red light that was like a comet breaking through the sky. It was filled with an incomparably violent and indomitable momentum. It ignored all the obstruction of the meteorites and directly smashed them into powder. There were actually two figures within the black-red light. Both of them were barbarian race. The one in front was from the barbarian flood dragon race, while the one behind looked somewhat similar to the barbarian flood dragon race. However, he had two horns on his forehead, and an indescribable nobility emanated from his entire body. This was something that the barbarian flood dragon race could not compare to. The barbarian flood dragon race. This was the barbarian flood dragon race, the royal clan of the barbarian race. His eyes flickered with a golden light and an indescribable coldness. This kind of fragmentary gold had an innate nobility, as if it was a high and mighty king. In front of it, one could not help but feel inferior. Chapter 2190. 3 months was a very short time for an eminent divinity cultivator. Shenzong came out of seclusion. It was a pity that he was still at the limit of the 7th transformation of the Tao, controlling realm, and the 7th transformation of the divine body realm. Shenzong felt that he was just one step away from the door. If he had more time, he might have broken through, and both of them would have broken through. But time waits for no man. The day of the life-and-death battle with the barbarian tribe had arrived. "You must win this battle," the middle-aged man in the black robe said as soon as he saw Shenzong. "Shenzong, this is Warrior Mahakala from the Eternal Battle Fort," General Zhang Long quickly introduced him. "Greetings, Senior." Shenzong saluted. To General Zhang Long and the others, Warrior Mahakala's name meant a lot, but not to Shenzong. At least, Shenzong was a newcomer in the war zone. Because of his level, he hadn't met Warrior Mahakala yet, so he only knew that Warrior Mahakala was a divinity cultivator. Why would a divinity cultivator come here? Shenzong didn't know. "If you win this battle, you will be rewarded handsomely," Warrior Mahakala said with a smile, but didn't explain further. The purpose of the Mahakala warlord's visit was not only to verify the authenticity of the application, but also to provide support. After all, the barbarian tribe would also send a warlord to take charge of the situation. The general-level cultivators of the barbarian tribe corresponded to the divinity cultivators of the human race. Move out. The human race started to move out. The life-and-death battle between the barbarian tribe and the barbarian tribe wasn't a small matter. General Zhang Long and the other 9 supremes all moved out, and so did the other battle teams. Warrior Mahakala followed them quietly. They pushed forward to the edge of the outer ring of the southern region, where the isolation belt was. On the opposite side, the barbarian tribe's army also arrived and looked at each other across the isolation belt. In terms of military strength, the barbarian tribe was still much stronger than the human race. Then a barbarian tribe member with 2 horns on his forehead, a slender and strong body, and a golden totem that looked like a real dragon imprinted on his body, stepped forward. With every step he took, the void trembled like the earth, creating layers of ripples. His golden eyes were like ancient ice, emanating an extremely shocking chill. Being stared at by him, the human cultivators of the path manipulation realm did not dare to look him in the eye. Even the heavenly spirits were the same, feeling a sense of horror from the bottom of their hearts. It seemed to be a kind of suppression on a different level. Barbaric dragons. The expressions of General Zhang Long and the others changed drastically. He had never thought that the barbarian demons would send out the barbaric dragons. The barbaric dragon tribe was the royal tribe of the barbarian tribe. They were even rarer in number and were rarely seen on the battlefield. But it was undeniable that the barbaric dragons were powerful. As a royal family, the barbaric dragons were naturally more powerful. If the ordinary barbarian demons were natural warriors, then the barbaric dragons were the most elite warriors. The barbaric dragons were said to be invincible at the same level. Faster speed, more powerful strength, more violent attacks, etc. Warlord, should this battle be called off? General Zhang Long immediately asked. After all, they had fallen into the barbarian demons' trap this time. No one had thought that the barbarian demons would send out a barbaric dragon warrior. It was completely unexpected. It was also because the humans had underestimated the barbarian demon's determination to kill Chunzong. Chunzong, what do you think? The Mahakala warlord directly asked for Chunzong's opinion. It was a fact that the barbaric dragons were difficult to fight against. Let's fight. Chunzong's answer made the Mahakala warlord's eyes light up. You have the demeanor of your eldest senior brother. The Mahakala warlord smiled, which made Chunzong slightly stunned. It seemed that the Mahakala warlord was more familiar with Luo Beichuan. Immediately, Chunzong's attention was attracted by the barbaric dragons. Their bodies looked extremely perfect, as if any more would be unnecessary, and any less would not be enough. Everything was in the best state, and they were the most suitable race for battle. It was Chunzong's first time seeing the barbaric dragons. The visual impact made Chunzong's heart tremble, and his blood seemed to be boiling. This was a strong enemy, a strong enemy. He could not feel the outcome of this battle, and he even felt an indescribable sense of danger. But things had come to this, and he could only fight to sublimate and break through in the battle. With a thought, Chunzong floated forward. In an instant, a pair of eyes that were as hard as ice with a terrifying will penetrated the void and fell on Chunzong, as if to pierce through Chunzong. The will that this gaze carried was extremely strong, as if it was the gaze of a king, and the power it carried was extremely shocking. If one's will was not strong enough, they would lose a lot of their momentum and would not be able to fully exert their strength. But Chunzong was different. His eyes flashed, and an astonishing sharpness shot out like a sword out of its sheath. He pierced through the air and stared into the golden eyes of the barbaric dragon warrior. Vaguely, there seemed to be fragmented and sharp sounds, as if countless thunderbolts were surging, transmitted into both sides. Invisible auras collided with each other through their eyes, and an invisible battle began. Human, do you dare to play a bigger game? The barbaric dragon warrior suddenly said, staring at General Zhang Long with a cold smile. His tone was full of provocation. What game? General Zhang Long asked. The winner will be decided by the life and death of this battle. The loser will leave battle zone number 9. The barbaric dragon warrior smiled slyly. Although the barbaric dragons were relatively stubborn, it was not absolute. After fighting with the human race for so many years, they had more or less learned to be flexible. It was very easy for them to make a bet that was beneficial to them by relying on the powerful combat power of the barbaric dragons. Obviously, the so-called game proposed by the barbaric dragon warrior was beneficial to the barbaric dragons and disadvantageous to the human race. General Zhang Long would never agree. Say yes. Just as General Zhang Long was about to refuse, a calm voice rang out in his ears, causing General Zhang Long to be slightly stunned. Okay, the winner will be decided by the battle of life and death. Just wait to withdraw from battle zone number 9, General Zhang Long said. The barbaric dragons were shocked by such a decisive answer, but then they thought of the barbaric dragons' shocking combat power. Humph! The human race would definitely lose. This time, the talented human sword cultivator would not only die, but battle zone number 9 would also belong to the barbaric dragons and be controlled by them. What was this called in the human language? It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Human sword cultivator, use all your strength. Don't let me waste this opportunity. The barbaric dragons did not speak the language of the barbaric dragons, but the human language. It was a little strange, but everyone could hear it clearly. Obviously, The barbaric dragons had also studied the human language. I wonder what's the difference between the color of the barbaric dragon's blood and that of the other barbaric dragons, Chunzong said with a smile. Immediately, the golden eyes of the barbaric dragon trembled and an indescribable murderous intent burst out from them. You can't see. The barbaric dragons moved the moment he said that. He lifted his foot and then put it down. In an instant, the void was like the earth. Layers of ripples appeared under his foot. With a boom, a terrifying explosion rang out. The ripples instantly turned into a raging wave, carrying with them an extremely terrifying might. They swept out in all directions in an instant. Power! A powerful force burst out, and the barbaric dragon tribesman's body charged out with a violent aura. The power was even more powerful than that of the barbaric elephants. The barbaric dragons that Chunzong had met before were the barbaric elephants. Even the barbaric dragons were no match for them. However, the power that the barbaric dragons displayed was much more powerful than the barbaric elephants, which surprised Chunzong. Moreover, the barbaric dragon's speed was shocking. To put it simply, the barbaric dragon's power and speed were the best of the other barbaric demons. With such astonishing power and speed, the power of the attack was even more terrifying. It was as if it could destroy everything in its path. One attack broke through the air. It was like a meteorite. The terrifying aura burst out and was extremely powerful. It had reached the peak of the 11-star level. Tiangang, who was in the distance, looked extremely solemn. If it were him, he would have to use his secret skill to deal with the attack. So, how would Chunzong deal with it? Chunzong's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he unsheathed the extreme heart phaseless sword and turned into a sharp sword radiance. It pierced through the air and charged toward the barbaric dragons. They were both at the 11-star level. Who would be afraid of who? Even if the barbaric dragons were the royal warriors of the barbaric demons, so what? Chunzong used sword, one of the heart refinement swordplay. When Warlord Mahakala saw it, he nodded. Indeed, he had some skills and was good at swordsmanship. However, that was not enough. There was still a gap between Chunzong and his eldest senior brother. However, the battle had only just begun. The fist radiance and the sword radiance both shattered. The second attack from the barbaric dragons arrived. Among the barbaric demons, the barbaric elephants were the strongest, the barbaric wolves were the fastest, the barbaric eagles were the sharpest, and the barbaric apes were the most skillful. The barbaric dragons had some, but only some. However, the barbaric dragons had all of them and were even more powerful. Every attack from the barbaric dragons had reached the peak of the 11-star level and was extremely powerful. Chunzong had to use the Heart 2 wills to activate the Lingwu Supreme technique and ignite the sevenfold heart fire. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to take the attack head-on. Pressure. Chunzong felt the pressure, a very strong pressure. This pressure was like a huge wave that swept over him continuously. There was almost no time for him to breathe. It made Chunzong feel that it was difficult to continue, as if he would be defeated at any time. The strong pressure did not crush Chunzong. Instead, it stimulated Chunzong's potential. Under the terrifying attacks of the barbaric dragons, Chunzong was gradually at a disadvantage. General Warlord Mahakala and the others looked solemn and worried. Chapter 2191. Things aren't looking good, General Qin Yun said solemnly. The humans all looked solemn because Chunzong was being suppressed by the barbarian dragon warrior. Everyone could tell that the barbarian dragon warrior had the upper hand. If this continued, Chunzong might lose. If Chunzong lost, he would be killed and the humans would lose the 9th battle zone. Of course, with Warlord Mahakala here, Chunzong might not die, but the 9th battle zone would definitely be lost. Human swordsman, is this all you're capable of? You're too weak, the barbarian dragon warrior said coldly. Chunzong didn't reply. He had indeed used a lot of power, but he still couldn't compare to the barbarian dragon warrior. They both had an 11-star combat ability, But the barbarian dragon warrior was too strong. They were naturally very strong. This was a difference in life levels. However, the pressure wasn't enough. He needed more pressure. The chi refinement cultivator's power was shaking while the body refinement cultivator's power was roaring. It was like a true dragon that was overturning the sea and a tiger that was wreaking havoc on the ground. It was as if it was going to break through the limits and enter a new world. The barbarian dragon warrior's leg seemed to be able to break a mountain. It carried the terrifying force of a thunderbolt and attacked in an extremely violent manner. This attack had the terrifying power to shatter a mountain. With a boom, the sword light shattered and Chunzong was knocked back hundreds of meters. His chi and blood trembled and surged. However, the barbarian dragon warrior didn't intend to stop at all. Instead, he continued to attack. He opened his arms and bent his fingers as if he had grabbed something. He suddenly swung his hand. Instantly, the light of a crescent moon gathered and shot out. The two crescent moons extended and became dozens of meters long, slashing toward Chunzong from the left and right. The two crescent moons were shockingly powerful. They seemed to be able to split the sky and the earth. The humans were all stunned. Could Chunzong block such a powerful attack? Would he be killed directly? On the contrary, the barbarian dragon warriors were also delighted. It seemed that they were going to win. As expected, letting the barbarian dragon warrior attack was the right thing to do. The human clan sword cultivators were doomed. Two blades of waning moonlight slashed at Chunzong from the left and right, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The terrible power spread out in all directions and engulfed Chunzong directly. Boom! In the next second, a shocking amount of light shot into the sky. It stirred up the clouds and shattered the nine heavens. Sword chi surged and swept out in all directions, instantly tearing apart all the forces in the surroundings. A huge sword shadow appeared between heaven and earth. It was Chunzong in the shadow of the sword. Breakthrough. A double breakthrough. It was a double breakthrough in both chi refinement and body refinement. Early stage, Tao manipulation realm. Early stage, 8th transformation, divine body realm. His chi refinement stage and body refinement stage were at the same level, so he could continue to use the Lingwu Supreme technique. This breakthrough was not only a breakthrough in cultivation strength, but also a breakthrough in Tao power. The change in Chunzong's combat strength was astonishing. Chunzong could feel that his combat strength had improved a lot. He drew his sword. Heart Refinement Sword Technique. Sword 2. Compressing a 500-meter sword Tao domain into it was the limit of Sword 2. Heart Refinement Sword Technique and 10,000 swords were created by Chunzong himself. They were the most suitable sword techniques for him. They were the application and interpretation of the mysteries of Sword Tao. Both Heart Refinement Sword Technique and 10,000 sword were closely related to the Sword Tao domain. The stronger the Sword Tao domain, the more powerful the two sword techniques would be. However, each technique had an upper limit. For example, Sword 1 of Heart Refinement Sword Technique was only the foundation. Its upper limit was to compress a 100-meter Sword Tao domain. The upper limit of Sword 2 was a 500-meter Sword Tao domain. Beyond that, one had to have a stronger sword technique to withstand it. The sword technique was like a frame that contained the power. The sword was extremely fast. It seemed to have pierced through time and space like a white horse, directly attacking the barbarian dragon warrior. The barbarian dragon warrior actually couldn't dodge this sword. Repelled. The barbarian dragon warrior was repelled by Chunzong's sword for the first time. This scene shocked the barbarians, but delighted the humans. It seemed that there was a possibility of winning. However, it was just a possibility. Good boy. You actually made a breakthrough. The Mahakala warlord saw it clearly and made a judgment based on his experience. Chunzong was probably using the pressure of the barbarian dragon warrior to break his own shackles and stimulate his potential to make a breakthrough. It sounded simple, but it wasn't. It was very dangerous to use the pressure of a strong enemy to stimulate one's potential and break through the shackles. If one wasn't careful, not only would they fail to make a breakthrough, but they would also die. However, Chunzong succeeded. The Mahakala warlord acknowledged him more. However, he was definitely not an ordinary person since he could be accepted as a disciple by a powerful Tao master. Boom! Before the humans could rejoice, the barbarian dragon warrior's golden eyes spun like a starry sky. His aura seemed to have broken some kind of limit and shackles. It instantly exploded and shot to the sky. This combat power, how can it be? Cunning barbarian dragon warrior. The 9 great generals on the human side all changed their expressions and started to curse. The barbarian dragon warrior seemed to have broken the seal and released his true combat power. That was a terrifying combat power that surpassed the 11-star level, the 12-star level, the combat power of the transcendent state. When the barbarian dragon warrior fully released his combat power, the golden light in his eyes shone like starlight. The shocking combat power formed a terrifying pressure that kept rushing in all directions. It actually formed an indescribable pressure on the void. The place where Chunzong and the barbarian dragon warrior were fighting was in the isolation zone. Countless meteorites were moving, but when some meteorites flew over from afar and were about 1,000 meters away from the barbarian dragon warrior, they suddenly stopped as if they were stopped by an invisible force. In the next second, the meteorites all shattered and turned into dust. This scene made Chunzong's pupil shrink. It wasn't a field. He was sure that it wasn't a field power, but a force field. It was a force field that was carried by or derived from the combat power of the transcendent state. The 12-star level was called the transcendent state combat power. It was a combat power that surpassed the transcendent state, so it naturally had its own power. It was like water overflowing when it was full. That powerful combat power had already exceeded the limits of its body, so it spread out and formed an invisible force field around it. Although it had its own force field, it also had terrifying power that could suppress and weaken. It was somewhat similar to comprehension. The shocking power kept radiating from the barbarian dragon warrior's body, filling the surroundings and attacking everything. In the distance, the human path controlling realm cultivators looked extremely serious. When they stared at the barbarian dragon warrior, they felt powerless. 12-star level. Transcendent state combat power. This was an incomparably terrifying combat strength. It was an unparalleled combat strength. Once they became enemies, they would only be killed in an instant. Even Tiangang, who was at the peak of the 11-star level, would not be able to gain any advantage. The only difference was how long they could last. That was all. Chunzong felt a terrifying pressure from the barbarian dragon warrior. That pressure seemed to want to suppress him, but it also felt like it wasn't enough. Very strange. Thinking about it, Chunzong seemed to understand why it was like that. Because he'd broken through in both qi cultivation and body refining, his power had obviously increased. Before breaking through, his combat power could reach the peak 11-star level if he used secret techniques and all his other powers. Now that he'd broken through, his basic combat power had increased by quite a bit. He'd become even more powerful if he used all his abilities. As for whether he'd reached the 12-star level, Chunzong didn't think so, but he was getting closer. His current combat power should be between the 11-star and 12-star level. He was invincible in the 11-star level, but he wasn't as strong as the 12-star level. Human Sword Cultivator, you're indeed quite capable to make me use my full power. The barbarian dragon warrior's voice was even more indifferent. There was an indescribable emptiness to it, as if it was a high and mighty god that looked down on mortals like ants. The moment it finished speaking, the barbarian dragon warrior waved his hand in the air. An extremely terrifying beam of light that seemed to be burning with golden flames instantly shot through the air. This attack made the humans feel like they couldn't block it. It was as if everything would be shattered by this attack. Chunzong's heart sank. He also felt like he couldn't block it. Sword Technique of Heart Refinement, Sword 3. This attack contained a 1,000-meter-wide domain of sword way. All the power had been infused into it. It was extremely powerful. It was an ultimate attack, and also the most powerful attack that Chunzong had grasped right now. However, this attack had been shattered by the Barbarian Dragon Warrior's extremely powerful attack. Difference. This was a difference in combat power that was difficult to overcome. The attack still carried a terrifying power that could destroy everything as it shot towards Chunzong. Unable to dodge, Chunzong felt like he was completely locked on. It was as if he couldn't dodge it no matter what he did. He could only face it. Then, great heavenly cycle sword world. The extreme heart formless sword exploded at that moment, turning into countless streaks of sword light. The domain of sword way shrank to a radius of 10 meters at that moment as well, merging with the streaks of sword light. They became one with each other. Compatibility. Perfect compatibility. The Barbarian Dragon Warrior's 12-star attack also shot through the air. Everyone's gazes were fixed on it. Would Chunzong be able to block that attack? If he couldn't, he might be killed. However, if he could, with a boom, the earth-shattering power spread in all directions. It was as if the space was going to be shattered. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The Barbarian Dragon Warrior's attack hit the ball of sword light, but it didn't break it. Instead, the ball of sword light caved in, but it held on stubbornly. He held on. Chunzong's move was able to resist the powerful attack of a 12th star. That was unbelievable. Brat! This time, shock flashed through the Mahakala warlord's eyes. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.